Dear chess friends, ladies and gentlemen, welcome for a live coverage of an 8th round of FIDE Grand Prix in Tashkent. The round before the last 3 days. Of course, I can imagine how important for all the players to score the nice result before having actually their last 3 day. Well, to speak about the situation before this round, Humpy Conero, after being a bit lucky today to win yesterday to win against Nafisa Mominova, is our constant followers may remember how tough it was for Indian yesterday. So she won eventually, and now she's leading the field with 5.5 points after 7 rounds, with +4. And then there are two players following Humpy, with just a half a point behind, Katerina Lagno and Harika Dranavali, who drew each other yesterday. Then on 4 points, actually, again, two girls who are playing yesterday against each other. It's Bella Hotenashvili and Ju Winju. So, and that makes our top of our cross table. Then on 50% is Zhao Xu, the only player on 50%, placed number 6 in a cross table. On -1, 3 players: Alexandra Kostyniuk, Olga Gira, and Antonetta Stefanova. Again, Antonetta Stefanova played Alexandra Kostyniuk, then they are placed one next to the other in a cross table. So exciting draw it was. Nafisa Mominova lost her once in a lifetime a chance to to bring the loudest surprise of this Grand Prix. It would be if she would win yesterday, and definitely she had the winning position. And now she's still on 2.5 points, along with Elina Danielian. And quite unlucky, I have to say, Gulishan Nakpayeva with only 1 point and no wins so far. Placed the last out of 12 participants there. So, and what are the pairs of today? Let's find out. Alexandra Kostyniuk. I guess we have to start with the leader as we used to. Humpy Conero. Humpy Conero is facing Zhao Xu at our screen here. Humpy is white. Well, it started with knight f3, which is quite so Humpy is basically she plays closed openings, d4 player normally, but okay, she's quite flexible. So from time to time she starts with knight f3 or c4. Well, c5, and then it would be problematic for white then to play d4 to get some d4 positions. The white has to stick to some Reti or English openings. G3, knight c6, d4, c takes, knight takes. Well, eventually it may either be transposed to English opening if white plays c4, or to some Sicilian with the bishop on g3, on f1, on g2, where bishop will be developed on g2. That's clear. Okay, let's say g6, bishop g2, bishop g7, for example. And then, okay, white has to move the knight probably. White can take c6 or just play knight b3. Then, okay, let's say in this case, for instance, we're gonna have dragon with g3 played. The accelerated dragon, but will transform to a normal dragon. Is d5 is not an option, so black has no choice but to play d6 later. So a bit of unusual opening for the moment, but well, still nothing is clear, of course, and already seems to be a sort of a slight surprise for Zhao Xu, because normally at least you can see like a row of 5 up to 10 moves played quickly. So after 4th move, actually in this game, Zhao Xu started to think. Then, Katerina Lagno plays Nafisa Mominova, and that's of course Okay, I expect Muminova to be a sort of a target for Lagno, so Lagno is looking for a win definitely. C4, and well, and that's curious how Katerina picks those lines, because she played, if I'm not mistaken, okay, she played two E4 games with white, which used to be her main move, and that's gonna be her fourth, if I'm not mistaken, it's gonna be her fourth game with, no, certainly third games with a game with C4. Okay, C4 is 6, knight C3, D5. So black. Well, what's nice about this E6, D5, and then okay, so black doesn't care much actually what white is doing. So black is playing her Ragozin defense without paying much attention on Nimzo, without paying much attention to white's moves. And well, and that's don't know actually where it belongs to. This okay, check knight c6. I mean, it's almost a Ragozin defense. It can easily switch to Ragozin defense after knight f3, knight f6. But perhaps black's gonna look for some benefits of not yet playing the knight to f6. I don't know if knight can be placed to e7 sometimes, or just maybe black can try to save a tempo on this one. I don't know if dc4 is an option. Not entirely sure. dc4 in what actually it's a question. Okay, white played knight f3 indeed, and I don't know if dc4 is an option, by the way. So what happens there? Okay, knight e5 is seemingly is not an option, as queen takes, and then yeah, it looks just good for black. Queen d4, knight c6, bishop c3. Black is probably just winning. King d1. I don't know if rook can be taken, but at least black has bishop d7, and well, black is supposed to be okay. Queen b4, black can just take on a1, and exactly demonstrating the benefit while knight is still on g8. So knight, I mean, in this line, queen b4, then if queen takes b4, knight b4, white's gonna have an extra piece. But after queen a1, this knight is still on g8, and okay, it guards e7, so there is no queen e7 mate. So that might be just the case after knight f3, trying to prove the importance of move order. Well, then another leader, so in tie for a second place, Harika Dronavali, and she's black against ex-world champion Antoaneta Stefanova. So Grunfeld defense was played in this one: d4, knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3, d5, cd5, knight d5. And since, okay, Grunfeld is of course perhaps the most topical opening nowadays, the most topical at the present state of an opening theory, it seems like white is having serious difficulties in updating anything in Grunfeld. Well, so we don't even speak about the advantage, but just to get a playable position is not that easy, because, well, it's really a long theoretical lines, and basically, well, favorable for black at the present state. So bishop d2 is of course a sideline that recently became very popular after some wins on a top level. So Anand, I remember winning a game in a Norway Super Tournament in Stavanger against the local player Hammer. Then, while it was played in Nakamura Karyakin, I guess in one leg of a men's FIDE Grand Prix. Okay, bishop d2, bishop g7. So apart from that, of course, there is knight b6, the other move, but let's stick to the game. e4, knight takes c3, ups. e4, knight takes c3, and that was the point, of course, of playing bishop d2 to take on c3 with the bishop, castle, and queen d1, d2. So that's one of the tabias, I'd say, of this line, with well, third eight has to be continued, I guess, with c7, c5, and d5, and so on. So normally black takes this one, and there are different options. I guess e6 was played, knight d7, and queen d6. So far it's still just the beginning of analysis of some players. So I believe it's still a theory, even for our girls. Okay, so we move in third, and then it's Alexandra Kostyniuk as white against Olga Gira, Russian derby, and well, just at the eighth round, well, I have to say I'm pretty much surprised to find out that only two Russians are actually playing, which is quite unusual, I'd say, because we used to see, I don't know, a couple of Kosintsevas playing Grand Prix and some other Russian players. Then it's a bit of a surprise. It's only two Russians playing, so it's really a Russian derby in this tournament. So e4, c5. Well, Olga played Caro-Kann, if I'm not mistaken, so that's finally comes up with something else. cd4, knight d4, knight c6, Paulsen Sicilian, queen c7, bishop e2, knight f6, castle, and okay, one of the well, no, it's just okay, bishop e7, king h1, and castle. And I guess white already played f4, d6, so we have switched to, yeah, it's a bit tricky, so that's a Scheveningen line, and I'm not sure about this early queen c7. Okay, if we look for normal Scheveningen, there's still d6, white to move then, and well, what black actually can try to do is save a tempo on a7, a6, which is normally the move which is played in Scheveningen. Let's say in case of bishop e3, for example, maybe black can try to take d4 and play e5 at once, and then, well, I'm still not sure about that. So, well, it still looks, of course, theoretical, so, but somehow Alexandra already started to think. So, but Kostyniuk seems to be one of the best prepared, I'd say, in terms of theoretical knowledge. Perhaps not anymore, but she used to have a really good analysis, and was really well prepared in the openings. And well, I guess she tries to remember what's going on. And then another topical line is played, a topical line for our tournament, which is, well, I don't say it's, well, I wouldn't tell you it's the most principal or so, but okay, that's the line that our girls are playing quite often: knight f3, e6, and then just e3. So intending to play e3, b3, bishop b2, knight d2, c4 setup. So still not sure how to name it. Okay, at least after b6 we can say we transposed to Queen's Indian with e3, so c4, bishop b7, bishop d3, d5, b3, bishop d6, both castled, and then okay, bishop b2, knight b d7, so to make it a bit more complicated, I guess white is to play knight c3, because in case of knight d2, for example, even symmetrical c5 should be enough. But after knight c3 it's a bit more tricky, I guess, because, well, the difference of these knight's positions probably is in white's favor, unless So I mean, in case of c7, c5, so black has to play, I guess, something like a6, guarding b5 square, trying to keep it in a bit more flexible way. Well, so that's a current situation here in June with Kulishan Nakpayeva. And I have to say once again, well, it's just such an unlucky player, Kulishan, judging at the positions. Still, she should have been at around the 50% mark, and instead she has only 1 point. Really a lot of disappointing losses for Kulishan. And well, in the last game remaining, Elina Danielian with Bella Khontenashvili. And well, Elina seemed to find her play eventually by starting to score. So yesterday she won a very nice game with black, and she against Zhao Xu, and she said herself at the press conference like that was the best game so far, but still there's some way to go in front of us. She's hoping to improve her result. Knight f6, knight c3, and well, and Bella plays bishop e7. It's a classical queen's gambit declined. Bishop f4, castle e3, knight bd7. So once again, quite a popular position as well. c7, c5 was really debuted in a lot of games of world candidates in 2011 in Kazan, and since that it seems to be not sufficient anymore, so black found the ways to neutralize white's pressure. So knight d7 actually, yeah, that's the time when knight d7 appealed to the public, as it's okay. Always existed, of course, but till 2011 in Kazan, till those candidates tournament, it was considered, well, a bit dubious. Actually, I'm still not sure about the reason why. And well, c5 was, I'd say, the main move. Well, but everything changed, and it changes, well, with the influence of time. And then knight d7 came to the stage, and now white is basically trying a lot of options. And a6, rook c1, oh sorry, a3, rook c1, h3, I'm not sure, but looks like was tried as well. And once again, white is playing queen c2, so another possibility, of course. So basically what black is looking for after knight d7 to take d5 with the knight, then to exchange one. So I mean, in case of cd5, it won't be just a combat structure, but instead black is taking with the knight, so getting rid of this one knight, and then c6, and well, quite a safe card, but for black for sure. So queen c2, then while keeping some pressure on c file, and well, okay, I don't know if I have to explain that, but white preferred not to touch the bishop from f1 till some point, and if bishop is moved, then immediately black takes c4, so that's a point in black's place, just to wait for his bishop to move, and then sort of win a tempo with this dc4, where still bishop has to capture. So after queen c2, dc4, for instance, bishop of course is going to capture in one move, and it just has to be okay for, well, now better for white compared to bishop e2 line. Queen c2 and c5 was the move of Bella Khontenashvili. There still has to be a theory for both players. dc5 followed at once. dc5, and well, not sure what's gonna happen next, as I believe knight c5 is the proper move here. Knight c5, and well, if I'm not mistaken, one of the sharpest options for white is actually to play castle here, apart from many others. So a3 is one of the possibilities, but even a long castle is possible. Actually, yeah, knight c5 was just played. And I would be surprised, knowing Alina's combative style, I wouldn't be surprised if she just plays long castle, even though she might not be up-to-date prepared for this. Well, coming back to see Humpy Conero's game. So, Humpy Conero with Zhao Xu, knight d4 visa, knight f6. Not really defining anything so far. Bishop g2 and e7, e6. White castled. Black played queen b6 and knight b3 followed. So it's actually, well, despite harmless looking, this position is quite tricky, I believe, as well. If we would swap the colors in this position, so have a mirror image of the position, actually white is playing as black, so white is playing sort of Grunfeld defense with colors reversed and, well, perhaps an extra tempo. But it shouldn't be, normally it shouldn't be enough to get an advantage, but white for sure can hope for a comfortable position. And, well, I'm already not quite sure if this e6 queen b6 is an appropriate reaction to white's plan. Well, still it may end up being a Sicilian after, say, bishop e7, e2, e4, and bishop e3 and so on, but in this case it wouldn't be, I guess it wouldn't be that important if black lost or won the tempo with this queen b6. So, I mean, bishop e7, e4 for instance, castle, bishop e3, queen c7, so it's getting some sort of Scheveningian or Paulsen Sicilian with bishop being on g2. But of course e4 is not obvious, so white is on the moves. Well, I have to say the move which black plays is quite surprising. Knight e5. Not sure if it's a theory, but, well, quite an interesting move, I hate to say. And, well, I guess I already mentioned that, well, Chinese players are known to be quite of a concrete nature. So if she sees the move and it's, well, in her opinion it's good, she just makes it. Then, well, basically it goes against the basic rule of opening play, the moving the piece for a second time. But, well, it stops c4 for a moment, and okay, I guess bishop e3 is answered with queen c7, where black is already looking to play knight c4. Although I wonder what's going to happen in case of bishop f4 here. Bishop f4, and, well, so still I'm not that happy about this knight e5 move, but it might be just okay. Again, we are shown a game of Nafisa Muminova with Katerina Lagno. So actually after, oh well, so that's a position of Lagno with Muminova. Well, Nafisa decided to switch to Ragozin anyway. Knight f6. Bishop g5, dc4, e3, and bishop d7. Yeah, bishop d7, so bishop c4 is not the move at the moment, because, well, have to illustrate this one. Bishop c4, black's gonna have knight takes d4, and queen b4, it's knight c2. So bishop d7, but, well, I just wonder if it's a real pawn sacrifice for white. Yeah, it looks like, because, okay, queen has to retreat from a4, the queen c2, I expect white to play. Then black has an option to play b5 and, well, to defend the pawn, z4, although it's connected with some strategical risk, of course, but this way black can keep the pawn, and it's center, but possibly that is what black is looking for. Otherwise this dc4 giving away the center is maybe not that logical. So looks like after dc4, yeah, black's gonna have an extra pawn, and white obviously gonna have a compensation after, say, queen c2, b5. Even something like e4 might be possible. Katerina just made the move, I think. Though I'm still not sure. No. Yeah, she's still thinking. Nafisa is leaving the board. Well, Stefanova with Harika, which is also quite interesting, and let's find out what happened. c5, d5, and both those mentioned games of main players, Anand with Jon Ludwig Hammer, and as well Nakamura with Karyakin, went bishop c3, bc3. But instead, in our game, black played e7, e6 at once, letting white an opportunity to take on g7, so king g7, bishop c4. So I'd say white's gonna have some pressure. Well, I guess it goes like e d5, bishop d5, and knight d7. So it looks like white's gonna have some pressure, but well, he knows, once again, it's about for the theoretical lines here. Well, I guess knight e2 can be an option here. Yeah, then in case of knight f6, well, I'm not sure actually how to assess, let's say, this position after castle, knight is knight d5, cd5. So it's a question if this pawn on d5 is strong or weak. Well, but definitely it's a interesting and balanced, I'd already said unbalanced position. So it's, we've seen even queens, well, even Slav exchange in hands of our girls, it rather turns into unbalanced play. So don't expect any quiet draws as usual. Well, so still I'm pretty much interested what's gonna happen in Humpy's game, because that should be, I guess that should be crucial for. So Humpy still has to play with Ulishan Nakpaeva, I guess. Well, so perhaps that's one of the few who can stop Humpy is Zhao Xu, and their today's game is of course of highest importance. Well, and this surprising knight e5, as I said, well, still that was the last move. Knight b3 and knight e5. As I said, I'm not quite sure where it goes, but well, maybe just thought maybe white can play in a gambit manner here. I don't know if white's gonna start with bishop f4, which might be just the line Humpy's thinking about. Bishop f4, then to play this knight to g6 doesn't seem to be really what was intended. As okay, knight's gonna be fairly restricted with this g3 pawn. So in case of knight g6, well, white just moves the bishop and has some pressure on queen side, definitely. So bishop f4, and I expect actually black to play knight c4, which looks like to be black's idea in this position. And then white has actually, I just spotted white has few options, one of them being perhaps this one, a2, a4. It's a bit Might seem a bit strange, but maybe it works. Maybe it works. So well, I'm not quite sure. So my point was, if black takes b2, then to try to play intermediate a5 here, or intending a6. Let's say okay, knight d1 is probably just bad. Knight d1, a b6, knight b2, rook a7 is of course very good for white. Probably white is winning, so after a5, well, black may think of taking b3, cb3 and knight d1, then in case of simple capture, black's only gonna have an extra pawn. Although it's still not clear, rook d1, then white is probably threatening to play a6. And in case of black's d5, knight comes to c3. e4 now is an idea, knight b5 is the other one. So black may have some certain difficulties even in this line. After knight c4, the other move could be knight, well, knight b2, knight 1 d2, knight b1 d2. Yes, and knight b2 is as the principal one. Then white's gonna play queen c1. The point of queen c1 being, well, if I'm not mistaken, of course, a bishop a3, knight b1 back. That tricky knight b1 and looks very good for white then. So after queen c1, if knight has to retreat, so it's only a4 square which is available. And again, this must be an unpleasant initiative for white for the pawn. So we're still not sure which move to make. There is knight c4, there is just c2, c4, intending maybe to sacrifice another pawn with c5 and preparing rook b1. Yeah, so position is fairly rich. Although after knight e5, bishop e3 was played, and black responded with queen c7. And well, still bishop f4 after this looks like one of the possible moves. And I'm not quite sure if Xiao Xu won't regret her opening experiment lately, this knight e5. Well, coming back to a Russian derby, Kostyanyuk with Giram. The knight db5 was played. So this way white tries to prove that you have to play a7, a6 in Sicilian, so white is trying to get something out of the fact that a7, a6 it wasn't played. Queen b8, a2, a4, rook d8, and queen e1. So it won't be that easy for black to, well, to get some play here. As d5 is normally answered with e5, and e5, well, still weakens d5 square. What black has to do is probably still black has to play a7, a6, I guess, after knight a3. Well, I thought about d5, which might be just the case. d5, e5, and well, it's a question if knight e4. Now, knight e4 is probably not a good idea. Knight e4, black takes, white takes, then black takes back, and knight comes into play, right? Knight c4, although there is knight d4. Yeah, still it looks like chances to equalize for black, so queen e1. Just wonder what else black can do, because well, e5 doesn't seem to be an appropriate reaction, with queen being still on b8. White may think of getting some direct pressure with knight d5 actually. I'm not sure if this pawn can be ever taken on e4, because well, just seems to be too many options for white. Not sure which one to choose, but yeah, that just seems too dangerous, I have to say. Bishop c4, bishop h5, maybe, I don't know. So, but knight e4 very looks suspicious, and otherwise, I mean, this pawn cannot be taken. It's after ed5. Actually, the queen is very nicely placed on e1, so covers b4 and a5, so this knight can't really move to the favorable position, and knight d4 is basically means just better structure for white, if not more than that. Yeah. So queen e1, nice little move. Queen e1, and black has played a6. Well, no surprise if white plays knight a3, quite a logical one, and then we're gonna see, yeah, knight a3, and d5 was played actually. Well, e5 seems to be anyway the correct reaction here, but just wonder if black can try not to play knight e4, leaving this knight on a3 restricted for a little while. But then it comes to a question where to place black's knight actually, because anything else apart from knight e4 looks to be rather passive. Though knight d8 might be just the move, and then okay, black's knight on e8 is not the best, of course, but the same applies to white's knight being placed on a3. Though I don't see much of an options for white apart from this e5. This black is ready to play bishop b4, to play knight d4, so many possibilities. I mean, let's say in case of bishop f3, knight d4 seems just to do the job for black. Yeah, so e5 seems to be a logical follow-up anyway. Then we're gonna find out what Olga Gyur prepared to come with. Well, we are moving further to a game of Ju in June against Gulishan Nakbaeva. Ju in June in the particular position in which we left the girls. Ju in June started with knight e5, not defining yet the position of b1 knight, c7, c5, knight bd2. So somehow it's very popular position in our tournament. The symmetrical setup, of which I'm still having doubts how to call it and to which opening it belongs. Well, rook ac8. Well, perhaps f4 would be the most ambitious, trying to keep this strong knight on e5. But of course, then white has to be aware of losing control on the e4 square, because f4, of course, is a tempting move, supporting an e5 outpost, but well, it has as well has drawbacks, as those pawns are not cannot control e4 anymore, so it becomes a weak square in white's camp. Well, I'd like to move a bit further once again. Danilan with Hotenashvili, and well, we've seen this game, knight c5, a2, a3, so well, to my surprise, Elena keeps it in a more positional way, so I thought she's gonna play castle alone. Instead she played a3, so dc4, bishop c4, and a6. So symmetrical, a bit passive position for black, but well, looks acceptable. I'm just not sure if white's gonna play rook d1, what's going to be a follow-up for black, because it seems queen b6, I'm not sure if it's an appropriate reaction here. queen b6, as well. White may just continue with knight e5, eventually getting this knight to c4 after bishop's retreat. So it's not that easy for black to develop the rook d1. If I'm not mistaken, there is a, I mean, we are still in a theoretical position. If I'm not mistaken, knight cd7 back is the move, because also the knight on c5 sometimes runs under b2, b4. So knight d7 would be just the move, and then black hopes to play b5, bishop b7, just to develop safely. So I'd say Bella is still looking for her first draw in this tournament, and that might be just the case. A symmetrical position, very solid one, and perhaps that's a possibility. So a6 and rook d1 was played indeed, and I'm still not sure what Bella is going to choose. Well, apart from that, of course, queen e8 is a possibility, but don't see much of a point in it. Yeah, okay, queen e8 is possible. Queen e8 is possible, and then white is gonna probably play b2, b4, still chasing this knight to d7. Yeah, but maybe even this one is nothing wrong for black, as later black is coming with b5 and bishop b7, and it has to be. Actually, queen e8 was just the move of Bella Hotenashvili. Queen e8, and later black is going to play b5, bishop b7, and try to finish the development. So, well, once again we are shown one of the, well, I would say I would call it top boards if we were examining a Swiss tournament. So one of the leaders game, Harika Dronovali, half a point behind the sole leader, in tie for a second, third place, and she's black against Antonetta Stefanova, and she's to move. So let's find out how it develops in the present position. E d5, bishop d5, knight d7. Indeed, we've mentioned this possibility, and then rook c1. And once again, quite an ambitious play. So rook c1. Well, why it is ambitious, I have to explain myself. The white is, of course, postponing the development of the knight, and then still keeps the king in the center, but tries to get some strategical benefits in the center. So bishop on d5, of course, is very strong, so black cannot deal with it forever. Black has to challenge the bishop, and I'm just wondering if knight f6 offers enough compensation here, because after, say, rook c5, which I believe is the move which is intended by Stefanova to play after rook c1. So rook takes c5, knight d5, and, well, already few options there for white. Let's say rook takes d5, and black's gonna play queen e7, and then this is the position where white's on development starts to tell, because knight is still on g1. Okay, white can use this queen d4, defending e4 with the tempo, but, well, still king goes to g8. If knight is developed, it's bishop e6. It certainly looks like a compensation, that at least black's gonna take a2 at some stage. Well, so actually knight f6 was played. I wouldn't be surprised if it's still a theory. Well, definitely looks so. Knight f6, but I don't see, to be honest, don't see much of an options for white apart from taking c5. Still, I mean, black can play all his program moves, queen e7 and bishop e6 lately, if white is not taking but trying to develop. So rook c5 is definitely the principal one, and probably the strongest one. That we have to find out what's gonna happen. And okay, coming back to this Russian derby I've mentioned, have to say Well, I wasn't right about e5 here. Okay, perhaps it was still an interesting move, but white decided to take on d5. And to be honest, I'm in doubt about the quality of this move, and definitely I I'd say ed5 is the move for black, with the point being to, well, to keep this knight on a3 for as long as possible. And one may think that, well, d5 is, and well, this isolated pawn structure is favorable for white, but in fact white well, committed a few crimes for this position. I'd say first of all, of course, putting the knight at the edge of the board, then playing f2, f4, of course, and normally it's not the move you'd like to mate in this structure. So after ed5, ed5 already looks like black has to be happy with that position. I don't know if white's gonna try f5 to lock the bishop for a bit, but still this knight on a3 seems to be out of play for a terrible long time. And well, actually d4 is one of the options as well for black, chasing the other knight, but in this case black of course has to be aware that this knight's gonna come back to c4. So anyway, Olga is thinking, and well, but I have to say, if black chooses the modest knight takes d5, then he just might be a bit worse after. Well, I'm not sure if white is to take. Perhaps white just can try to transfer this knight immediately to c4. Well, still not a lot of trouble for black. Queen c7, and come on, just a normal Sicilian position after d6, d5. But of course, ed5, in my opinion, looks more ambitious and just perhaps just a better move itself. So that is my belief about this position. Well, once again to Juvin June with Nakbayeva. Well, f4 was too much. White decided that f4 would be too much. White takes d5 instead. cd5, once again questioning if black wants to play with isolated pawn or hanging pawns or so, or black's gonna try to take with the piece, accepting slightly, well, slightly less active or something like that, because it's still, after knight d5, it's still too early to claim white to have an advantage, I'd say. Well, it starts to remind me of Conero with Kostyniuk game, but it looks like black came up with a better move, simply rook c8 instead of rook e8, which has been played in Conero Kostyniuk. So, well, perhaps knight d5 is still an option for Kulisan Nakbayeva. So once again we are shown Elina Danielian with Bella Hotenashvili, but I guess the moves played I've already mentioned. Go queen e8 and b2, b4 was a move of Elina Danielian. But I'm still wondering what's gonna happen after knight d7, how white is planning to stop b5. So white is a bit not in time, I'd say, because, well, it would be nice to answer b5 is a bishop's move to a long diagonal, but it seems white is not in time to do so. Well, it might be something with bishop d... Oops, sorry, it might be something with bishop d3, actually. Bishop d3, and then b5 is met with knight e4, although I'm still not sure if... No, okay, it's bishop b7, then. Nothing. Well, I mean, in case of a quiet castle here, then b5, bishop e2 probably, but bishop e7, and okay, seemingly black just has no trouble. Knight b6 later on, knight d5 looks okay for black. So b4, but, well, I don't know, Elina is actually sitting at the board where Bella left the board, so I don't know what's going on. So white played b4 and white is still at the board thinking while Bella is somewhere out. Well, Shao Xu with Conero once again, so Humpy Conero, white against Shao Xu, and well, it becomes quite tricky. Knight 1 to d2. This way, white defends c4, right, preventing this knight from e5 jumping to c4. And well, and black revealed her ambitious plans by playing h5, which is, well, I have to say, quite unexpected, because in my opinion, well, to me it seemed like Zhao Xu is one of the classical players, so normally she's playing sound positional chess. And well, and this 95 h5 idea, well, I hope it won't be any offensive if I rather call it an early Nakamura style or ICC Nakamura style. That's the style which Hikaru implements in 1 minute blitz. So, well, so black without any development tries to, well, to create an attack, or I don't know, provoke white to commit any, well, commit some weaknesses. I mean, on a queen, on a king side, h4, which is, let's say, first which comes into my mind to face h5. Then, of course, it allows black to jump on g4 quite comfortably. So this h4 is not recommended. So, well, still, I mean, I'm not quite sure if after h4 for black and even taking g3, if this opening of h file is any dangerous for white. So it's basically it's more called to confuse, and as well, just to provoke white to play, I don't know, more aggressive or inaccurate, because of course it's a bit of a provocation what black is doing. It's h5 anyway. That promises us an exciting game, I believe. Well, coming back to Lagnovis Muminova, I developed quite much actually. So queen c2, I was right to guess queen c2 move in Lagno Muminova, and b5. So black insists on having an extra pawn here. a3, and black is not even giving away the bishop, but played bishop a5, knight e5, and black decided to play knight e7. Apart from that, I guess black could have just taken on e5 and play h6, which as well could be very interesting. Though, I mean, this line, I'm not sure if it works for white, this one. So queen h7, black has king e7, where he seems to be in a perfect shape. Well, although I'm not sure if white makes long castle, for instance. It's still, this g7 pawn is still alive. And, well, okay, it would be just another story. Knight e5, knight e7. So then bishop is guarding b5 pawn as well. And, well, it seems like bishop f6, which would be the move to corrupt black's structure, is not dangerous at all. And meanwhile, black is preparing knight f6 to d5 in case of bishop e2, for instance. So seems like black is ready for knight f6 to d5. Yeah, looks like black is getting comfortable position after this knight e7. Well, all in all, I guess we more or less covered the opening stage. I have to say today it goes extremely slowly for them, as only Kostyniuk with Kira progressed till move 15 in this first hour of play. And of course the most tricky is corner with Zhao Xu, where only 9 moves been made in this first playing hour of an eighth round. Well, I guess we gonna have a break for a little while, and then I'm coming back to comment for you. welcome back for a live coverage of an 8th round FIDE Grand Prix in Tashkent. Well, while we had a break, there have been few moves made here. Actually, I'm pretty much interested in showing you the position from Hampiconer with Xiaoxu, the game of our leader. So of course we are pretty much interested in this game, as has been said already, that might be just a crucial result. If Campi continues to win, then well, it looks like nobody's gonna stop her. Well, that was the position, and already I guess I'll mention that a controversial opening play at say by Xiaoxu, and well, but it seems to work just well, as White played h2 h4, as I said, the move which I won't really recommend here, but because knight goes to g4, and that's a nice outpost for this knight, because well, White can hardly hope to play f2 f3. The bishop has to retreat, then perhaps bishop g5, or there is a other option of playing bishop f4 first, provoking black to play e5 and then bishop g5. So that's definitely a possibility, though I'm not quite sure if black has to play e5. Yeah, there might be some other options, as even bishop d6 doesn't seem to be that bad. Bishop d6, if white takes d6, black just takes back. Knight c4 looks logical. Oh well, there is c4 and then c5. Yeah, maybe it's a bit of too much for black. Well, perhaps e5 is the move, and yeah, and that was played actually. Bishop f4, e5, and bishop g5. So that's our current position here. Bishop g5, but still, okay, after e5, d5 square is a bit weak, but still White's knight is far from getting to d5. Knight h7, so once again quite an ambitious play, although I'm not sure if it's an appropriate move, this knight h7. Well, to allow black to take on g5 would be perhaps a bit of too much, so White has to, well, to defend this bishop somehow. So there is knight e4, the move which comes into my mind. Knight e4, with the pawn being after knight g5, maybe even to take with the pawn, because this knight is nicely transferred to d5. Knight c3, knight d5. But as well, knight g5 is possible, not to compromise the structure, and then still knight can be transferred to d5. Then knight h5, and well, what I'm surprised with, Xiaoxu plays quite quickly, so I'm not sure what this is supposed to mean. So black says it has certain difficulties with the development of this f8 bishop. The knight h7. Yeah, let's try to think a bit what's gonna happen. Okay, knight e4. First of all, if not sure if black has to take on g5 at once, but it looks so. Okay, knight g5. Okay, after h g5. What to do for black? Well, there might be something with queen d2 and f3 trapping this knight, although still not sure if it's such a threat. Yeah, it's hard to move for black. I just understood. So black might be in sort of a trouble with this knight on g4. Yeah, though still this play looks, of course, artificial. since black cannot get d5, well, perhaps d6 still has to be played. d6, if knight leaves to get to d5, then okay, bishop e6, knight d5, queen d7 in this case at least. Black is more or less solid, and but then it's a question what this knight is doing on g4. So, well, I'm not quite sure about knight h7, to be honest, guys. That was exactly the moment black could have played actually something like d5. Yeah, that would be probably the move. Of course, c4 has to be calculated, but that would be a normal move, I'd say, because knight h7 seems to be just a bit of too much. Well, so at the moment we see Katerina Lagno at our screen. So Katerina Lagno versus Nafisa Mominova, and well, again, turns to be rather interesting. Katerina Lagno is well, just a half point behind the leader, behind Humpy Canero, and Nafisa Mominova was so far the only player out of those 7 rounds we played. Nafisa was the only to have a chance against Humpy to score a point. So knight e7, e3, e4 was the move of Katerina Lagno. Again, quite an ambitious move, and bishop c6 follows from Nafisa Mominova, attacking both d4 and e4 pawns. I'm not sure if white can defend those ones. Well, perhaps white has to, well, castle long will do the job of defending both e4 and d4 pawns, but of course after bishop c3 it's, well, white's king position is really compromised. I'm not quite sure if white has a good position at all after e4, bishop c6. e4, bishop c6, has been mentioned, both pawns are hanging. So it could be something about d5 here, ed5, then okay, castle long or so. Yeah, but still, as maximum white's gonna have compensation, but not more than that. Yeah, perhaps castle long, I mean, just to finish the development, but it's already 2 pawns up for black, and well, after bishop c3, queen c3 is not possible, as knight e4 wins 3rd pawn already. That will be too much, so I don't see a proper move after bishop c6. Okay, if white's gonna take c6, or I don't know, take f6 first, maybe gf6, taking c6 then. Well, sorry, so it's still possible to take f6 and just to retreat with the knight, so at least white is not losing the pawn immediately. Although after f5, not sure what's going on. Not sure what's going on after f5. Maybe black is just better. So if white takes, it's obvious knight's gonna take, and you know, it's not acceptable for white anyway. Yes, after bishop c6, I'd say, well, pretty good chance for Nafisa Mominova once again to upset one of the leaders. Moving back to Stefanova's Harika game. Well, that's a position from Harika with Stefanova. Knight f6. Well, topical line in Grunfeld, as we said. Knight f6, rook takes c5, and black played bishop e6 instead. So using the fact that bishop e6 would just lose the game after queen d2, king d2, knight e4, we need the rook. So bishop e6, white played knight e2 simply. So bishop takes, e takes, and knight e4 is not possible anymore, as queen d4 check is white's reaction on knight e4. So rook e8. Well, but it's really hard for white to claim anything. Okay, she has to castle, I believe. Still knight e4, at least knight e4 is not dangerous, but of course, well, I don't see how white's gonna keep this pawn. Okay, b7, b6, that's what I mean to be the move here. And well, and rook b5 is, well, looks suspicious to say the least, and of course even a7, a6 is possible. So it looks pretty even chance after rook e8, unless white has something else than castle, but I really doubt if it's possible, I mean, to play something instead of castle. Well, d6, but well, looks like too much, definitely. Looks like too much. I don't know, knight e4, check, king goes. Then rook is hanging, d6 is hanging after rook d5. I don't know if black just can't take on. Okay, knight f6 and back seems to be enough. Well, rook e8, and it's up to Stefanova to find a way to proceed. Well, Russian derby for one more time. Alexandra Kostyniuk with Olga Gira. So ed5 was played actually, f5 is the move of Alexandra Kostyniuk. And Olga replied with h7, h6. So, well, it's not a lot I can add about this position apart from what I've already said. So black seem to have no trouble at all, and this last h6 is probably called to meet bishop f4 with bishop d6, where white doesn't have bishop g5 anymore. So, I mean, actually this one seems to be especially ugly for white, as knight is still on a3. The other one on c3 is, well, not doing much as well. And there's a nice square on b4 available for black knight. So all in all, looks like a pretty comfortable position for black after f5, h6. Well, roughly equal situation on a clock, but well, I'm not sure if white has at least an equality, because well, white has to reorganize her pieces somehow to get to d4 square in as well, to get this a3 knight into play. So I don't know if bishop d3 might be, well, actually bishop d3 might be just the move. Yeah, black's only trouble in this position is actually this bishop on c8, which is not doing much at that moment, but well, perhaps black just can try b7, b6, eventually getting bishop on b7 and maybe looking for some d5, d4 at a later stage. So all in all, looks like black solves all his problems here. Well, in June with Ulishan Nakbaeva, and well, and it looks, well, I don't know what happened there with Nakbaeva, because she seemed to just to crack under pressure, because the move she made, cd4, not sure if it's just not loses a pawn. Knight d7, queen d7, and white is thinking, and I'm just wondering what happens after de6. So de6, and what to do for black. So queen e6, bishop d4 just loses the pawn with, well, there might be some compensation, but I'm not sure if it's enough. then after d6 queen c6 is, well, white just can take f3 and take f7 and play knight f3 once again, getting an extra pawn. Well, in this particular case even bishop c4 is possible, so I'm not sure if Kulis Khan did it right when she took on d4. The knight d7, queen d7 is probably forced, and then d6 seems to win a pawn for white. Well, queen e6, let's say, bishop takes. Well, perhaps there are some chances maybe, but well, if black plays knight g4, I'm just curious what's gonna happen. h3, yeah, maybe it's a bit trickier than I thought. Knight g4, h3, and then well, oh no, queen d5. Now it's bishop e4, so it's not really how it is. Well, knight h2, rook e1, and then this knight really does nothing here. So I don't see any tactical tricks, to be honest. There is one, like check, then giving check on f2 and taking h3, but well, of course, just well, maybe it's not that simple after all. Oh yeah, knight f3 is probably winning. Knight f3, attacking not only the queen but the bishop on h2 as well. And if bishop takes, then rook takes, for instance, and then rook h3. Yeah, this particular one is bad. So knight g4, bishop h2 is not an idea. Well, but still black has to do something. Just wondering if knight g2, h3, is there anything else? So the bad thing is then black is not controlling e4 square, so bad for black. So something like bishop h2 and knight e5 simply can't work, because white always has bishop e4 apart from the other stuff. Okay, bishop h7 is even better, and then taking h2. Yeah. Okay, if I don't miss anything, so in this position, well, it doesn't seem that black has enough compensation. Though the game is still on, of course, but well, it's a bit surprising to see black losing the pawn in so quiet position at such an early stage. Although white is still thinking, so maybe I'm still not sure if I'm not missing anything. So queen c6, ef7, rook f7. Yeah, knight f3. So looks like a disaster for black. Knight g4 here. Well, that may work, but still, I really doubt it. Although, yeah, it might be. It might just be knight g4, and well, with certain threats for black. Let's say bishop c4, then black has bishop h2 and queen h6, and this seemed to work. This seemed to work indeed. So bishop h2, of course, white can't capture the bishop because there is queen g2 mate. So, well, knight g4. Then what the black straight is actually revealed in this line. So h3, black is giving this check, I guess, and after king h1, black is taking f3, and eventually Okay, this one simply leads to a mate after queen f3, bishop f3. Nice mate here. And well, and after rook f3, if white is white captured the knight, it's still the same, queen h6. So that might be a way to play for white, but for black, sorry, this queen c6, but of course it's not forced. Must be a lot of other options here. Take, not okay. There is e4 at least, in which, well, okay, e4 is probably just much better. So I don't see how to continue after e4. Yeah, so I saw some knight g4, but simply can't be taken this one. So knight d7, queen d7, and Xiao Xu is thinking if she can capture the pawn. 12 moves being made, and 12 moves being made, and it's already, well, only 40 minutes left for. Well, it's June. Sorry to mix up. Yeah, Xiao Xu is playing black against Conero. So June still has 40 minutes to find out if she can win the pawn, and to us it seems like it's just a way to continue. Well, Elina Danielian versus Bella Hotenashvili, and well, I'm a bit surprised how the game went, because after b4 black played b5, bishop a2, and all of a sudden black decided to go knight a4, of which I'm not sure actually. Black could have simply continued with knight d7, although black played knight a4, so white captured, and black captured back with the pawn, of course, ba4, and then it's white to move, and now those pawns are a bit of a weakness for black, of course, although it's hard to say if it can be used. The moment it seems, well, if white plays the most natural castle, then maybe black just plans to play bishop d7, bishop b5, or a7 at 5 at once, actually a6 a5 at once, to get rid of this pawn. Yeah, a5 seems to be a nice touch. So if white takes, then black can capture a5, and as well a3 is hanging. Anyway, castle was played, so a5 is definitely an option. It's definitely an option for white. For black, I mean, sorry, so a5. Hard to say if white has something. So if eventually all those pawns are changed, it's just going to be a draw. But well, b5 could be a try to get something out of the opening. So queen b5, knight d4. That was my idea. Then if queen retreats somewhere, then white just takes a4, but well, actually still no problem with this. Queen a6. Well, there is bishop c4. Yeah, so maybe that's the move Elina is planning to play if black's gonna play a5. Well, let's switch once again to the game of our leaders. Conero with Xiao Xu. And well, Xiao Xu continues in this a bit provocative manner, as after knight f3 black played, well, a7 a5. So well, you rarely can see such a position in women chess. So I mean, it's absolutely unbalanced, and well, it still looks interesting, but not quite sure what exactly it's called for, this move. Well, perhaps black is looking for a way to develop her bishop. Yeah, queen d3, and Well, I'd assume that a4 would be an idea to develop the bishop to c5, but of course after knight e4 looks just terrible for black, this one. Yeah, so, well, a5 is definitely seems, I mean, this knight h7, a5, and black is definitely playing with fire here. Queen d3, that's just a nice move to underline the drawbacks of black's strategy. So b5 is the square on b5. Also queen from d3 controls f5, so which might have been the case. So black has to hurry up to finish the development. Not quite sure if she can do so. Well, but yesterday, during the press conference, Zhao Xiu stated herself, like, okay, I don't want to play anymore, I want this tournament to be over, so that means probably she's not at the top form here, and that's, you know, a try to break the streak, perhaps, with a bit of a provocative play. Although it's hard to say if it's a good one. Well, coming back to Lucknow with Muminova, and Lucknow just played Castle Long. So, well, I'm trying to figure out what's gonna happen after Bishop c3. Well, Bishop c3, white perhaps has to take on c6. Well, then black just takes back. White has to take with the pawn there. Yeah, this one looks at least as a compensation for white, because okay, some compensations. White at least has got strong pawn center and two bishops, but still this bishop from f1 is actually restricted with c4 pawn, and bishop on f1 cannot really develop there to d3, which would be nice to have kingside attacking chances, and instead white has to probably to fianchetto this bishop to g2, at least to have a pressure on the long diagonal. So bishop c6 castled, and it's only one of the options for black to take c3, so maybe there is something else. Although at the moment white is trying to take d4, c6 and b5, so maybe this bishop c3 simplifying the position is just the move to play. Knight takes, and well, I have to mention, I guess, that queen c3 is not possible, because after knight e4 black wins another pawn. Yeah, bishop d8, knight c3, and black is just winning, being 2 pawns up. Yeah, so that's probably the way how it's going to continue. Bishop c3 and so on. Well, I'm just trying to figure out if there is something, well, something like rook b4 might be possible actually. Rook b8, sorry, defending b5, and maybe preparing b4 in some position. But of course, in this case, black has to be ready for something like that. Knight c6 and d5, opening up the position. Yeah, so maybe that's not the best idea ever. So I like my variation. When okay, black gives away both bishops, but somehow simplifies the position. And then h6, for instance. Well, bishop retreats to h4. Oh well, black actually, yeah, in case of bishop h4 there is another tactical trick for black. Queen d6. So it's a double attack on a3 pawn and f4 square, and after king b2 black comes up with another double attack. Then this time it's bishop and e4 pawn, so white will have to take, queen takes, and this seems to be just better for white. Though white would have a compensation, I'd say, in case of e5, g3, bishop g2. White would have a compensation if his king would be in a short castle position, but definitely not on b2, where it's, well, all the time runs under some b4 ideas. So all in all, I'm ready to claim Muminova has at least an equal chances here after castle long. Yeah, and she just played bishop c3. Well, so I'm really interested to see the reaction of Katerina. Like, no, because it might be that we're just missing something here. The knight c6, knight c6. Well, what happens if white's gonna play d5? I'm just curious if it's a move. Well, perhaps not really. But, well, maybe it's not that simple. d5, yeah, that's definitely a possibility. So that means Katerina's gonna think after bishop c3, or maybe after knight takes c6. Well, I don't know if I've mentioned the knight c6. There is bishop b2, but after queen b2, queen b5, well, it seems the best position white had since quite a long time. Though I'm still not sure, because I've just spotted this tricky queen d6 for one more time. So attacking a3 and also attacking e4 pawn. So this line might be just acceptable for black as well. So takes, knight c6, well, there is d5, which is maybe just a stronger move to play. Yeah, d5 would be unpleasant, so... Well, actually that's a thing to be missed with black. So, I mean, black may just rely on this line, take c6, queen b5, where queen d6 seemed to give black decent chances. Now still I'm not sure. e5 check, and so I mean now both knights are hanging, although yeah, it's hard to find a place for the king. So queen d6, yeah, queen d6, and seems like black is just okay. And yeah, and after calculating this line, black may go there, missing this d5 move of white in this position. So in case of d5, I guess white's going to be better. So basically it goes like that. So I don't know if black has to take. Let's say black takes d5, e d5, then knight is to move, queen b5. So white restores the balance and, well, eventually arriving to an endgame, I guess. So queen d7, and white can play bishop c4, and, well, since it's an endgame, so white's king's position on c1 is rather a strong side than a weakness. So bishop c3, and white came up with bishop f6 actually, which is a bit different touch. So gf6, I suppose. Then it's going to be knight c6, knight c6, I guess. Well, it's a question if black can try knight takes, bishop takes b2 here. So queen b2, knight c6. Yeah, but at least white is queen b5, and once again d5 seems to be quite strong. Yes, it's not so clear anymore. So nice move, this bishop takes f6. The gf6 is needed. Then, well, as far as I get it, white's planning to take on c6 and take c3 with the queen, which is maybe still nice for black. Oh, actually I'm not sure what's going on, as the queen e7, black is looking to play e6, e5, sorry, e5 for black, eventually getting d5 square. So I'm not sure if it's such a great idea to take with the queen. Maybe still pawn's gonna take there. But still white is pawn down and has to prove a compensation, so it's not as easy as it might seem to one. At least black can play some queen e7 and castle long, ensuring that her king won't be worse than the opponent's. Well, so moving third, and this is a position from Stefanova with Harika game, and Antonetta accepted the fact she didn't get anything from the opening, she just castled. And somehow for a second time in this tournament, before the free day, it looks a little bit more quiet. So we see a couple of man games. I mean, when black is equalizing and it safely arrives to a draw. So we've seen it before in first day, the day before the first free day, and well, it just seems to be the case in this game of Harika with Stefanova with Harika. So queen takes, knight takes, rook d8, rook d2, knight f6, f3, rook a d8, rook f d1. Well, it might be white who's gonna try for a little bit this position. So I assume rook's gonna be changed. Rook's gonna be changed, and then, well, it's nothing obviously, but I mean somehow white might be just a little bit better. I don't know, with the king being closer to a center, with some maybe with knights being more active. So I don't know, maybe white can try something, but obviously it's almost symmetrical. Of course, I believe computers gonna tell it that it's just a draw, but okay, for us, for human beings, it still, I believe, some play is on. So anyway, that's our current situation here with black to move, and somehow once again before this free day, not a lot of time troubles here, and so I mean not a lot of signs of time trouble, so they roughly spending the same amount of time. So once again Russian derby, so once again switching. h6 was the last move we saw in a game of Kostyniuk and Giria. h6, bishop f4 has been mentioned, so h6 was really called for to meet bishop f4 with bishop d6. White continued with queen h4, and now well, I'm ready to claim it that actually white's play looks pretty much artificial. Rook f4, and black comes up with d4. Well, what to play for white then? Okay, knight e4 is obviously bad, as after knight e4, rook e4, bishop f5. White has lost the pawn, and well, the knight is still on a3, so no hint for, okay, maybe not only the pawn. I've just discovered there is g5, so maybe white just lost the game after knight e4. So d4, knight has to retreat. Well, a2 is gonna mean two knights at the edge of the board. Then d1 is not that attractive as well. Well, okay, actually knight e2 was played, knight a2 was played, so both knights are a little bit stuck, and okay, now this knight can come out of the cage. Knight well, knight c4, but of course it's a bit tricky here. Black can play rook e8, for instance, attacking the bishop. Yeah, somehow white's position is definitely lacks harmony. This knight on a2, so I just wonder if black has something concrete here, because well, see a couple of options actually try to to get an e-file just by playing rook e8 and possibly could. But of course the crucial will be if black can set this bishop into play. That's of course gonna be, well, a huge achievement for black. So I won't be surprised actually if something like b5 is gonna work. Well, queen e5 was played, but I mean, looking at the position, I have to say b5 seems to be quite an alternative to queen e5. Well, without putting in much of calculation, of course, but just depending on our intuition. As if white takes here, then okay, I'm still not sure if black cannot take on a3, by the way. Yeah, black can take a3, what's that? And queen b2, and black is winning. So, case of knight b5, I mean, all the white pieces are somehow hanging, and well, it's far from being harmonically placed. I'm afraid black has to be winning here somehow. I don't know. Okay, rook e8, bishop d3, and seems to be very close. In rook a2, queen f4, but still white has enough resources. But after something like knight e5 looks, actually something like knight e5 looks terrible for white. Yes, the bishop is attacked, and the knight is attacked on b5, and in case of knight d4, now this before mentioned combination seems just to work. Knight d3, cd3, then okay, queen b2 is of course winning, but this is a nice touch, rook a2 and queen a4, eventually using the back rank motif. So, well, I'm ready to claim b5 was really an option for black. Well, anyway, after queen e5, it seems to be, well, just maybe it's just as good. I mean, so bishop. Well, I'm not sure. After bishop d3, one of white's options is, well, knight c4, with the other one being at least rook e1, at least controlling e-file. So I'm not sure where this queen goes. The queen e5 is, well, turns to be rather dubious in my well, I'm not sure. Well, let's switch to the other game then. Gulistan Nakapayeva against Juvin June. Well, and I'm still surprised what was planned on fe5. Still, I have no sorry, which fe5? No, fe5. On d6, I'm still not sure what was the big plan on d6. As well, let's see what was planned really, because never happened in the actual game. White just took d5, white just took d4. Well, black played e5, and after bishop b2 took d5 with the bishop. White continued with knight c4. Actually, I'm not sure if this e5 was really needed, because after knight c4 it seems black will have to give away one of her bishops with some advantage for white. Actually, well, just spotted there is a threat of bishop f5, which especially nicely works on rook e8, for example. It's bishop f5, and looks like white wins an exchange. Yeah, queen takes, knight d6, queen g5, and white has, well, even g3 might be conceded, although it looks a bit of too much. But of course f3 is just a move. So take king h1, and white is winning an exchange. Well, bishop b8 was played by Gulistan Nakapayeva meanwhile. Well, where is it? After knight c4, bishop b8, though, which means white White can take the pawn on e5, and white as well with the knight, and as well with the bishop. So first of all, I'm not sure what's gonna happen after knight e5. So it all looks quite tricky. So, well, still black failed to equalize after knight c4, bishop e8. Okay, so moving to a game of Elina Danilian with Bella Hodanashvili. So after castle, I said a5 could be the possibility. Oh, well, black played bishop b7. White replied with bishop e5. So white is not really worried about black taking. Well, black taking on f3, about which I'm not sure actually. Well, black played rook c8, and after queen b2, queen b5 followed. So still black is looking for a7, f5, a5 possibly. Well, looks like just a fine position for black. So bishop b1 was the move of Elina Danilian. Bishop b1, so at least now a5 is met with bishop d3. Although I just thought, how about taking f3 and then playing a6, a5, because in this line, after, well, never happened anyway. Bishop b1, rook d8, of course, why not, controlling d3, so not letting this bishop to step on d3. Yeah, looks like black has solved her problems. Maybe she's even a bit more active. It's just a question if one of those pawns won't be lost, especially an a4 pawn. And okay, the last game we're going to examine before I'm actually gonna have another break. It's, of course, we have to come back to the game of the leaders. Queen d3, d7, d6 was played by Zhao Xu. So in this way, I'd say both those knights on f3 and b3 are fairly restricted, and after all, maybe it's not that bad for black. c4, bishop e6, rook a c1, and black has played a5, a4. So I'm not actually quite sure about this later one, as it seems black is forcing white knight to go into the right direction, although yeah, I'm not sure how to continue for black after knight d2, because this knight on h7 is a bit weirdly placed for sure. Perhaps something with f5 here. Is it possible, I mean, to play f5? And that would be interesting, but yeah, e4, and well, I'm pretty much sure black cannot play like this. E4, and okay, black is just too undeveloped to carry this one. a4, but actually I'm pretty much surprised that Humpy is thinking, because this knight d2 seems to be just so natural, unless of course I'm blundering something like that, but doesn't seem to be likely. Then knight is really coming to e4, well, f5, e4, that, well, g6 might be an option. I mean, at least trying to keep it for a short while, then maybe playing bishop g7 and castle. Well, at least trying to finish a development in this way, because white's knight is still a bit too far from d5. But of course, white has to be aware of, black has to be aware of some c5 breaks. almost in every position. I mean, just opening up while black is still undeveloped. Something like rook e1 might be fairly unpleasant actually. Rook e1, and in case of bishop g7 it's already taking f5, and black can't capture with the pawn because there is knight d4 for example. Yeah, so it's quite tricky. Yeah, a4, knight bd2, and leaving Humpy with, I'd say, a serious advantage here. We are off for our next break and coming back in 10-15 minutes to cover the third hour of play. Dear chess friends, welcome for a live coverage of an 8th round Women's FIDE Grand Prix in Tashkent. So once again, coming back from the break, I'd like to speak about the game of the leaders there. Well, and so that was the position we left Humpy Canero as white against Zhao Xu. And well, a move I've been considering was f5, and actually black played in a bit different fashion. So f6, bishop e3, and bishop e7. Well, and looking at the position, after all, I have to admit, maybe it's not that bad for black. After well, as long as white's knight is not getting to d5, I don't know. Well, this arrow doesn't show us much, so let's say that would be a nice transfer of a knight from d1 to d5. Well, but it's hardly possible in this particular position, at least. Okay, in case of knight b1, black's gonna play castle, and then knight c3, well, still doesn't seem to be possible, because c4 is gonna be taken, and well, and black is already looking to play f6, f5. So if black manages to finish the development, it's a bit of a different story. That won't be that easy for white. So it's a question if this check works for white, because Well, it seems like after bishop f7, white's just gonna take g7, and yeah, black loses material, so this is not acceptable. So queen g6 is definitely an idea where black has to play king f8, but then this pawn can be captured actually. So I'm still not sure if this works. Well, at least in this case, black can capture e3 and play king. Yeah, looks like black's gonna play king g8. Yeah, but even not taking h5 after check king f8, if white simply retreats her queen, of course it will be sort of an achievement to deprive black from a castle right. Well, although now looking at the position, I might just reconsider my mind. Okay, because if queen is retreated, as I said, okay, queen is retreated, then king f7, there is no problem for black. Black's gonna play g6, so maybe it's not that relevant after all if black can castle or not. So it's more, of course, about this line, about taking the pawn. So what can be played here? So black's supposed to have a nice compensation, I guess. So, well, just trying to understand if knight g5 is the threat, because I mean I thought black can play queen b6, attacking those two pawns. Yeah, this check and queen h5 is maybe a bit of too much, because queen, okay, while not trapped, but you want to be stuck there on h5 in a danger for just some time, so maybe it's not recommended for white after all. The king g8, for instance, is possible, then jumping with the knight somewhere. So white decided to play knight e4. And that's a question, of course, if this one works. Well, because I thought f5 and e4 could be the move, but f5 is answered with knight g5, with the tempo attacking e6 bishop. So black is in no time to play. Black has no time to play e4. Then f5 is maybe not the move to be played, but black can castle first and then see what happens. So, well, just trying to figure out if knight c3 works. So I mean, in the case of bishop c4, knight d5 seems to be winning for white, but how about queen takes c4, where it's, well, less clear, I'd say. Queen c4, yeah, it's hard to say if there is anything. So castle is just a normal move here for black. Well, once again we are shown the game of Elena Danilan with Bella Hotenashvili, so let's check what's going on in this game. Rook fd8. Well, it's not that exciting, I have to say. h3, h6, rook d8. Well, so far seems to be quite calm, the position, and well, probably black's gonna just take with the rook, still preparing for a6, a5 to stabilize the pawn structure. And I don't see much of a problem for black. Well, another entertaining game till that point, and actually the girls are on our screen. It's Katerina Lagnova versus Nafisa Muminova, and let's find out what's happening there. So we saw bishop c3, bishop f6, I guess, and well, and to my surprise, bishop b2 followed. Bishop b2, queen b2, the line which I've really mentioned, I guess. So gf6, knight c6, knight c6, d5, and knight a5. Well, have to say Nafisa played it in very tricky, as I missed this line in my previous analysis. As well, what's basically what happens, I just missed the fact that Queen B5 can be answered with C6, which turns to be rather tricky. In case of DC6, there is Knight B3 for black, Knight B3 check, and well, in King C2, black plays Knight D4, and after Rook D4, Queen D4. Yeah, looks like black is just winning. 35, Knight A5, and D6, the same, Knight B3 first. Well, white has to play King C2, and then Queen E7, and of course with such an exposed king, black has such an exposed white king, black is obviously better. So after all, Knight A5 looks like a nice move here, heading to B3. Oops, no, not like that. To B3, not B2. Okay. D5. So I don't remember if I mentioned something apart from this. So Queen B5, I guess Queen D6 would be the move of black. Yeah, and then again D5, there is Queen A3. Ah, well, that's interesting actually, because yeah, Queen D3, and seemingly white has no square to retreat with the king, because in case of King C2, black has Queen B3, then eventually moving the knight. So that's it. Well, Queen B2, Knight C6, D5, and Knight A5. Nice little touch. But well, honestly, I don't see how to progress with white apart from taking B3. So once again, Nafisa Muminova seems to get a really nice position against one of the leaders, and it's just a question if today she's going to be luckier than yesterday when she didn't manage to take any half a point away from a very good position here. Well, the move followed in this game, so Queen B4 was the last move of Katerina Lagnon. Queen B4, but still seems to be hardly sufficient, I must say. So there is Knight B3 check, King C2, I suppose, and well, it actually it's quite tricky. So B5 is hanging, but at least black has Queen B8. In this case, of course, black can't really castle here, but maybe castle is not really needed. So take, and well, and even C5 should be sufficient. C5 takes, and Queen C3, Queen E5 centralizing. Still, this bishop is stuck on F1, so I'm not quite sure if it's okay for white. So I mean, I don't see anything after Knight B3, so King C2 is the must, surely. And then Queen B8 is one of the options. There might be some much more funnier ones, like A6 for example, and if white takes E6, then even C5 comes into consideration, although perhaps I'm too optimistic. Well, there is Knight D4, of course. Yeah, well, Knight D4 and King, although King C3 is possible. Yeah, it's very tricky, but optically it looks like black is in a very good shape after Knight B4. Well, the most calm position of today's round, Antoaneta Stefanova with Harika Dronavali. Harika is, as already been said, Harika is one of the leading players here, one from the leading group. So Rook FD1, black took on D2, black took on D2, and progressed. Well, no, black didn't take on D2, sorry. The black played Rook C8. Still, they like to keep tension. Knight C3, rook c5, king f2, h5, so we still don't know who's playing for what, but okay, they just prefer to keep pieces. Rook d4, rook e6, h2, h4, b5, a3, a6. Still it looks pretty equal, but well, perhaps Stefanova will be the one to try for a little bit. Rook d6, rook c6, then white takes e6, and the last move was rook d8. So then we can say white has got a little bit of an advantage, I mean at least psychological one, because, well, in actual fact, might be a little bit tougher, like the knight is not moving, really, at least at the, there is no, don't see any active moves with this knight. If rook moves to b6, then at least white can try to bring the king into play. Okay, maybe that's an option, to play rook b6 and then to try to change one of the pawns. King is stuck here on g7, and in case of rook's exchange, those far advanced pawns might become a target. In knight endgame it's better not to have pawns like that, because, well, white king finds it easier to get to those pawns. Well, on the other hand, it's not that easy to state what white really threats there. Perhaps that might be just on something like knight g8, intending knight e7, knight f5, or knight c6. And of course rook b6 isn't an idea. Well, back to so-called Russian derby here, Kostyuk versus Kiria. Queen e5, bishop d3, and still black is going for b5, but somehow I would prefer this with queen being still on, with the queen being still on b8, because, well, it gives white, of course, an opportunity to bring the rook into play with the tempo. Rook e1, queen d5, yeah, ab5, ab5, bishop takes b5. Yeah, that is what Sasha is very good at in these concrete lines. Well, she had very suspicious position, to say the least, against Bella Hotenashvili, but when it came to move-on-move play, she overplayed Georgian, and the thing might be just the case in today's game, and it looks like, okay, so far white has won a pawn, well, which was of course sacrificed, but still white won a pawn, and black obviously has a compensation but no direct threats, although of course those knights doesn't look great. Definitely those knights on h3, a2, knight e7, and, well, what a tricky move that is. Preparing to have g7, g5 in some moment. That might be a case for g7, g5. Well, multi-purpose move, really. So knight attacks f5, knight is heading to d5, e3. Yeah, still it's pretty hard for Kostyuk, I have to say. So maybe Olga Giria is gonna find her play after winning yesterday's tough game. Well, because this position today fairly looks promising for her. Switching to Kulisan Nakpayeva, facing black Zhu Wenjun from China. So that was the position we saw, I believe. Bishop b8, and white came up with f2, f4. So in case of instead of taking e5, which actually I couldn't find any drawbacks in it, but white decided she's better not, and, well, just increases the pressure, and, well, if I got it right, this one can't be taken because of bishop f6 with queen h5 to follow, and of course it's a disaster for black. So f4, and black played queen g4, So queen g4, changing the queens. Well, intending to change the queens, because still white can play queen d2, but well, seemingly it won't be enough. Yeah, and if white takes, then it's knight g4, and well, some complications going to arise on the board. So what white can do? Okay, if white takes e5, then black just gonna win the c5 pawn back. So if pawn takes, then it's bishop c4 and knight e5. Black seems to be fine here. Yeah, black seems to be fine. Yes, then well, something like h3, of course, obviously around under bishop c4. Even bishop f5 is answered with bishop c4, and I don't know if, well, in this case at least, black can try to, now white can try to win, and to win a pawn. So bishop c8, bishop f1, bishop g4. Then this bishop is hanging, and white is gonna take the pawn on e5. Although after, say, bishop a6, well, not sure what to take this pawn with. Okay, bishop a6. Perhaps pawn takes e5, rook e8. Yeah, it's still not a draw. Rook d1. Eventually coming up with e6 and rook d7. Yeah, so that might be a way to get an advantage for white. Although after bishop c4, bishop c8, there might be just another possibility for black. Well, a bit of surprising one, but well, I don't know how to play it in a right fashion. Maybe just to take e3, for instance, and then rook has to, seems like rook has to retreat. And, well, rook e1, then ef4, b c4, and rook c8, and possibly black has some compensation for an exchange, maybe more than some compensation, because knight is really strong on e3, black has already 2 pawns. Yeah, but anyway, it's pretty far from the actual game, so I don't know if anything out of that gonna happen on the board. So that's a present position, but after f4, black played queen g4, and Juvin Jun is thinking, and well, we got quite a complicated position there, and well, after only 16 moves being made, Juvin Jun's clock already is down to 20 minutes, even less than 20 minutes. So well, we might expect some time trouble stuff there. Once again, moving to the center court of today's round. Han Piconero versus Zhao Xu. Knight e4. Obviously, black just castled, not entering any complications there. Bishop d2 was played, and black played rook fc8, attacking c4. Well, so after switching the plan to just a positional play, doesn't seem black has a lot of trouble here. So that was really a nice idea from black not to be that much persistent with this kingside attack. So what black got with this h5 is the square on g4, where knight is still nicely situated, although the other knight is a bit far from the game. b3 seems to be the move to defend on c4, and ab3 for instance, and well, perhaps black's gonna try rook a3, I mean, just to stop this knight c3 for a short while. Rook a3, well, there is bishop b4, no, rook a3 is not good. b3, and okay, ab3, I believe this one to be played, but what's done? Well, perhaps e4 is not such a bad idea after all. So f5, I mean, intending e4, where at least black is forced to play knight g5, so well, knight g5 and knight d5 at least not the case anymore, so knight is not going to d5. So there might be something with e4. Well, no, probably e4 is just bad. e4, knight c6, ed3, knight e6, ed3, knight c7, de2 intermediate, but still it looks rather inferior. We are rook e1, rook e2. It's much better for white. f5, knight g5, but why not to take this g5, knight g5, and possibly black's gonna take for a second time. And when bishop takes, there is a, well, yeah, maybe it's not that good. I thought e4 might be the move for white, but for black, but of course white has just too many squares here for the pieces. Indeed, this bishop is a little bit passive, but eventually white's gonna have f2, f3 break. Well, never happened though, as after rook c8, white played bishop b4. So white offers a pawn on c4 to be taken, which is a bit of a surprise, I have to say. As well, let's find out what's gonna happen in case of black taking this c4 pawn. So if black takes, but I don't know what this one is called for. Okay, maybe queen a3. Yeah, queen a3. Attacking d6, and still it's a pin on c file here. But okay, black's gonna escape the pin. Yeah, maybe queen d2 is more precise actually, and then it becomes trickier, because at the moment black cannot escape the pin. There is rook c4. But then d5 is possible. Yeah, so that once again maybe this one is just not good. d5. Well, hard to say though, because still there is b3. Yeah, in case of queen a3 there is queen b6, I thought so. I mean, maybe it's not such an important pawn on d6, as e2 is aiming as well. Yeah, maybe to take it with the bishop. Yeah, that seems to be more likely. Bishop takes, and if bishop takes, then knight d6, and white is winning some material here. Yeah, all in all looks tricky after bishop e4, so we're gonna see how it's going to progress. Well, Laknov is Mominova. Queen b4, black played c7, c6, which is as well very strong. d e6, knight b3 check, king c2, and well, and queen e7 has to be just very good for black. Queen e7, and it's an extra pawn, and seemingly no more counterplay for white. Queen e7 indeed was played, so after ef7, king f7, it's well, there is bishop c4, so probably that's the move Lucknow is relying at. The ef7, perhaps king f8 is correct then, because this pawn won't run anywhere. e4 is hanging. Oops. e4 is hanging, and well, bishop c4 is just not the case anymore, as black is simply taking b4. So there must be something with rook d7 then. Rook d7, and after queen b4, a b4 actually, I just saw ef7 being played. ef7. Yeah, ef7, king f8 if I'm not mistaken. that might be just a mistake itself, this king f8, because I just spotted rook d7 and don't know what's going on. The c5, there is an option to play c5. Yeah, absolutely not sure what's going on. So c5 there is, and then if white takes, it's knight d4 and the queen e4 as well. Yeah, it's absolutely complicated position. Yeah. Well, I'm really not sure who's doing what, but well, definitely it seems to be the only chance for Katerina like now to play rook d7. Otherwise, if black safely arrives to the endgame, it's just the game is just over. So rook d7. On the other hand, not sure if black is not winning this way by simply capturing on b4 then playing something like h5. So bishop e2, rook h7, eventually taking f7, because those passed pawns are just too dangerous in my opinion. So that could be another continuation for black. The king f8. Once again, we have to admit, Nafisa is playing. I mean, she doesn't hesitate to play the most principled moves against those leaders, the strongest players of the world. But just sometimes she's a bit unlucky in the crucial stage of the game, in the time trouble stage. Well, once again back to Stefanova with Harika. Well, so what's going on? Rook d8, rook b6, rook d4, stopping b4 for a moment, knight e8, rook d8, knight f6, rook d4. So looks like in this particular game both would be happy with a draw, knight e8. So reminds me of a repetition. So if rook d8 is going to be played, then black already can claim a repetition here. Well, and knight is heading to e6 basically, if I'm not mistaken. Still white can try perhaps a little bit by jumping her knight to d5, but well, it's hard to hope to win such a position, of course. Then, well, I just wanted, that's an interesting psychological moment, because well, the position is equal, it offers a repetition chance, and well, perhaps just to finish the game and go to rest. And once again, I have to remind we have a rest day tomorrow, so that means they are not in such a, I believe not in such a bloodlusty mood, so there might be some easy going draws here. Then the question, but on the other hand, white might just try to keep it in tension for a little bit longer, actually relying on the same reason that there isn't any game tomorrow, so she will be able to rest, so why not to play it for a little bit longer time. Yeah, well, once again moving to Kostyniuk, and well, it becomes pretty complicated then. So knight e7, queen f2. And what Kira is doing, I'm still not sure. So knight d5, rook takes g4, and well, I wouldn't be surprised if Kostyniuk's gonna win in the end this one. Albeit it looks ridiculous what she's doing, but well, rook e8. But what black have done as well, so still, I mean, it's a huge compensation for black, of course, because both knights here stuck on a2 and a3, but black is constantly, well, in my opinion, constantly damages her own position. I mean, it's one with the moves that she's playing. Well, there was a possibility of knight g4, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, knight g4 was possible here. But then queen d2 would follow, and still, yeah, then knight is hanging there, and probably black just failed to find a decisive break. So, well, yeah, just thought, by the way, what's gonna happen in case of knight f4? Well, a tricky one. So, well, now it looks like Black proc all hook pieces there, albeit it still might be not enough, but yeah, in case of c3, I believe white is hopeless, of course. Take and take f5, and it just has to collapse in no time. So white looks forced to accept the challenge. Rook t8, then queen f4. It's going to be a couple of checks and mate on g1, so white has to take. It's with check, of course. Why not? King h7. But then it's a question how to defend for white, because it seems black would succeed there. So that could have been actually an option, because I don't see any. Well, there is queen g1, but well, maybe that's the way. Queen g1, and then yeah, it's somewhat tricky. So knight e3 is possible to play actually. Case of rook e3, black takes this rook d4. Yeah, I thought that was definitely a move to consider, this knight g4. Well, after rook e8, not sure what happens, because still looks like a huge compensation for black, of course. But well, we all know Alexandra Kostyniuk. She's the fighter. She's ready to defend and look for a counter chance in positions like that. That might just be, I mean, some intermediate moves. Well, although this intermediate b4 will leave both knights without any defense. Well, meanwhile, the game of Stefanova with Tronovali finished in a draw, so that being, we gonna have a break just in no time, because I believe they are coming for a press conference. So let's check the other games quickly. Well, Nakpayeva with Juvin-Jun, the opposite, Juvin-Jun with Nakpayeva, that developed like that. Queen g4, knight g4, knight e5, black took on e3, rook f2, f6, knight d7, and rook d8. So black looks pretty confident here, though white has a pair of bishops, but well, I'm not sure if those bishops gonna last for long, because with the knight being on e3, actually there are already some threats on g2. Yeah, black seems to be fine after rook f8. Then Daniil Leon with Otenashvili, they also started to change pieces here. Rook c1, rook c8, white takes on c8. Eventually that might be just another quiet draw of today. Well, it won't be that easy, of course, in Zhao Xu with Conero. And Zhao Xu played b7, b5, and I'm not sure if white didn't miss this tricky little move. So after, well, at least after the straightforward cb5, then queen c1, rook c1, rook c1, and well, and this knight once again, it's very important, covers h2 square. So well, it will be, although after bishop f1 I'm not sure what happens there. Well, we're gonna see later, because well, b5 was actually played, and then we are off for a break, as we're gonna have a press conference of our first game, Stefanova versus Harika.
Why is it so was, and okay, I think it's more normal here. Okay, I don't know here what exactly should be played. Here even I was thinking of knight d7, and it takes knight to e5.
Queen c3 maybe, I don't know.
Queen c3, maybe queen s.
No, I mean it takes 95, queen c3, queen d4.
Yeah, but maybe direct queen f or queen c3 is possible. Yeah.
Maybe.
Now even
I don't know, it looks very close to equal for
yeah.
black. I don't know if there is something
But
more
okay,
precise.
here I think rook c1 wasn't good at least. It made my life even more easier. Like maybe like you could have developed knight e2, knight
Yeah,
e2
knight
should be
e2
equal,
and
but
just
okay, rook
castle.
d1, castle and rook.
Yeah, but somehow.
Okay, rook c1 and rook into c5. Anyway, if you take with queen or rook, I think this position I'll get lot of initiative even if you take c5 pawn. So I was happy when you played rook c1 and f6 and like okay, I think bishop e6. It's completely fine for me. I don't think there is something, but at least maybe this position. Okay, I don't know. Queen d6 or b6, something directly even. Well, maybe b6.
Yeah, but should be.
Equal, right?
Yeah, should be about the same. I don't know, maybe b6. Yeah, maybe b6
b6
first.
was. Now I can take with knight. Yeah.
Yeah.
And okay, it's just equal.
And if I go with b5, then we go
A6.
to the same.
Yeah.
But not with rook c2, with rook b5. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, probably there is more than one way for black to equalize.
Yeah. And after this, okay, it's just equal, but I just started playing, like giving moves. Okay, I was bored to play this position, and I was just trying to make a quick draw because it's just dead equal.
Yeah, actually, this is what we were discussing, that in the beginning of this Grand Prix events in general, there used to be an expert. In the beginning it was Mr. Razmai Parashvili, then it was Mrs. Kaprindashvili, and in such boring positions players could go and ask for a draw to the expert. I mean, we didn't have to invent 3 times repetition in such boring positions, we could just make draw, and I don't understand why here there is not such a person. So we don't have this option, but okay, in case we found 3 times repetitions.
Well, I think everyone knows that you are very smart and you will always find a way to...
No, okay, but the idea of this non-offering draws in general, for me it's to be interesting for the spectators and for the players, but
Yeah,
when
but
it's
to play
such
this
a
kind of
position,
position.
I don't think it's something else than just losing time.
This one is actually quite entertaining.
Yes.
You should have changed knights first and then.
By the way, Antoinette or Harika, have you ever considered in such a moment when you are about to make like 3rd repetition, did you find some idea suddenly and just mix
No, I
up
don't know.
mind of your
I was
opponent?
thinking at the end to play g4, for example, instead of rook d8. But okay, I mean, we can play another 100 moves and what?
But I mean, did it happen ever that you first you thought it's okay draw, but then you said okay, maybe we continue playing, and after the 2nd repetition you just change the move?
No,
But not
okay.
in these positions.
Okay, but
Yeah,
I mean,
no, it happened to me actually with Matveyeva. We made 4 times repetition, and then I decided to play something else, and I got made at Intermission. But it was completely different position, and it was in time trouble. Okay.
So you don't think about this anymore?
No, depends on the position, but okay, here is really, I mean, okay, the tournament is very long and very tough, and just losing time and energy with such positions, I don't think it's very professional. If it's last round, okay, maybe we could have some fun playing 200 moves in this position, but I don't see the point of doing it now.
So you are already looking forward for the 2nd free day?
Yeah, well, as you know, I'm sick already for 1 week, so I really, yeah.
I actually
I
also
need to
became
relax a
sick.
bit. Yeah.
Okay, but not, I mean, not virus. Don't worry.
Not
It's
sure.
fine. Anyway, only 3 days, so it's fine.
What
Anything
about
is
you, Harika? What are your plans?
I think to rest and like be ready for the next 3 games.
Wish you good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
coming back for a live coverage of an 8th round FIDE, Women's FIDE Grand Prix in Tashkent. Well, first game has already finished in a draw. Stefanova with Harika. The girls might have their free day. Well, the current position is a game between Alina Danielian and Bella Hotenashvili, so Queen B8 was played, but yeah, I guess we're gonna leave it because we have a very exciting game here between Katerina Lagno and Nafisa Mominova. And well, so let's find out how this one developed. We saw King F8 when I said Rook D7 is the only chance for white, where, well, black has played C5 and Katerina decided she wants to take this E7, CB4. Yeah, and CB4 is the nice move actually. Yeah, Rook E8, then, well, I'm not quite sure, but okay, King F7, Rook H8, Rook H8, A B4, and there are different options for black here. I thought about playing A7, A5, and if BA5 then Rook A8, but okay, black proceeded with Rook D8, which might be just the strongest. Yeah, Rook D8, intending Rook D2, King C3. The Rook D1 and King C3 sets a trap, as Rook D1 is not possible because of Bishop C4, but of course it's not obvious. So Knight D2 was played, F3, and well, now it looks like Knight F1, Rook F1, Rook D3 has to be close to winning for black. So King C2 and there is Rook A3 for instance, because Rook B3 I'd say it would be a bit less clear after Rook A1, because still black has after Rook A1, Rook B4, Rook A7, black has certain difficulties moving those pawns, but after Rook D3, King C2, Rook A3 seems to be, well, very good for black. Black can even control D-file for, well, Rook D5 is coming, so it's not that easy. It's not that easy. Well, maybe A5, just not caring about the number of pawns, but, well, still not easy like that. So Rook D4. Yeah, maybe the whole idea to go into the Rook endgame is not appropriate, because being in this position, just look at this bishop, it doesn't seem to be really a piece white was dreaming about. So actually black could have tried to bring the king out there, but, well, on the other hand, Bishop E2, Rook D1 was a sort of a triad. So, well, there was Rook D2, by the way. There was Rook D2. Well, but then might be black was aware of this tricky continuation when knight seemed to be lost. Yeah, knight D4, King C3, so the position wasn't that easy. Well, Rook D3, at least I can assure you black seems to be better there. Well, it's just a question how much. Rook D3. Well, but somehow my feeling is it's not the maximum Nafisa could get out of this position. Well, moving to Hampi Conero, another leader of, the sole leader of the tournament actually, another important game. Well, that's a position of Hampi Conero, Bishop D6. So Bishop D6. Let me find out what happened next. Well, obviously black took on D6, knight D6, bishop c4, knight c4, bishop c4, knight d2, rook d2, and bishop a8, which looks pretty scary for black, I have to say. Queen f7, queen b4. So both bishop c4 and rook d2 are hanging. Well, there is rook d4, but after e3, I'm not sure if black can escape this one. So bishop f1, white's gonna take d4, or I don't know if the immediate check has to be played on c8. Yeah, seems likely. So rook c8, knight f8, taking d4, and after bishop a6, rook f8 wins for white. So, well, it looks like Humpy Conero has a brilliant chance to go on a free day with 1 point in front of the other field, as well. I don't simply see a way to continue for black. Well, rook d8 was played actually. Ah, well, maybe it's not that simple. Once again, maybe I'm just exaggerating. So rook d8, and yeah, maybe it's not that simple after all. So I just missed this one, this simple one. Rook d8 and bishop is attacked. Yeah, then it's not that easy, of course. No. Rook d8, and well, black is still back in FIDE. Well, in the absence of our cameraman, we are concentrated on the table of Stefanova with Harika, who already left to the hotel. Kostyniuk with Gira once again. It's a pretty sharp game, right? Well, so that's what we saw. Rook e2 was played here, and well, apparently I'm gonna ask on a press conference if that was an option, the knight g4 move I mentioned there. So rook e8, rook e2. Olga Gira takes e2, plays rook e8 one more time. So bishop f3, knight e3, c3, and somehow it becomes less and less pieces on the board, and well, knight f5 looks like the move to play, but after bishop b7, knight d4, cd4, it's still not clear. Okay, black seems once again to have a very good chances, but it's a time to demonstrate something, because it's still not okay. So there is queen e7, bishop goes back, check, and queen g1, and not sure if black is winning there. Well, if Gira will not win this one, it's definitely gonna mean a missed opportunity. So knight e3, c3, and now it's Olga Gira to move, and well, I'm not sure what's going on here. It must be something, of course, with the first rank, but well, not that easy to find. Well, knight f5, on the other hand, is not only one option, because there is also knight g4. Well, maybe knight g4 will do the job for white, for black. So knight g4, and no, I don't believe white's gonna survive this one. Knight g4, queen. I don't know where to. Well, queen g1 maybe. Trying to be solid, but yeah, queen f5 comes in this case. Now, well, simply you cannot defend with such a knight being absolutely out of play. Although black continued with knight f5, and I'm still wondering if this is winning. So bishop b7, perhaps knight g4 intermediate is the move which black intends to play. Knight g4, and yes, knight g4. If it is the case, then knight g4 just wins for black, because, well, white has to guard e1 square, and after both queen f1 or queen g1 there shows us a nice trick. Knight g3 followed by queen h5 mate. So knight f5, and it seems no country for an old man. Then okay, b4 intermediate might be the case, but then again I believe there is something for black. Although it's hard to say. Oh well, at least queen a7, and both knights are hanging. In case of bishop b7, and then black can safely take on d4, and everything is hanging there. It looks like Olga Giga is gonna score another consecutive win with black pieces. No, well, incredible. So bishop b7, and black missed once again for second time. In this game black missed a direct win with knight g4, so I'm pretty sure that was winning. Instead she simply took on d4, and after cd4 she played queen b6. Well, this one still wins, because if bishop is retreated, then queen b2 will follow. Yeah, somehow it's just, well, just too many threats for black, so white cannot stand it. Once again, Jubin Jung with Nakpayeva. That was the moment I saw, but it develops much further. Rook c6, knight takes b8, rook b8, bishop b5, rook c5, a4, and rook b to c8. So, well, knight g2 would be a mistake, because now white cannot take, of course, on g2, but after bishop a3 or bishop d4 intermediate, this pawn can be taken. And the a4, rook bc8, g3 was played eventually, and black played knight c2. Knight c2 attacking the rook, then eventually taking b3. Well, it will be an extra pawn for black, with seemingly not a lot of compensation for white for a damage. So might be a point where Gulis Khan gonna score her first win. Well, nice and quiet. Everything is in Danielian with Hotenashvili. They just changed another pair of pieces. So queen c8, bishop c2, took on b8, knight d5. Well, it's not that nice and quiet, as white seems to win a pawn here. Knight c3, bishop c2, knight b5. Yeah, well, black is getting the pawn back. Although after a4, to win this b4 pawn by force, black has to play knight a3, which is quite inconvenient after bishop d3, and knight is stuck there for a while. Although it's hard to say if it can be used in some way, because bishop, well, yeah, and then put the knight somewhere on d4 or e5, for instance. Yeah, still some problems to solve for black. Well, it's much less clear than I thought in a game of Hampi Canero with Zhao Xu. Once again we are coming back after rook d8. White took on c4 and then played the other rook to c1. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Hampi just blundered this rook d8, a bit of unexpected move. Still 10 moves to achieve, to get to the time control requirement till move 14, with roughly 10 minutes each on a clock. Rook c1. Well, black has to look for initiative against white's king. That's, I'm pretty sure. So now white white is maybe tries to play rook c8. That is white's idea. Well, it's a bit uncomfortable for black. That would be nice to jump this knight somewhere and then put the king on h7, but after knight f8, rook c8 will follow, and black has to stand this pin for a long while, which is quite unpleasant, I have to say. Although still with this knight and queen combination, I mean, it's always might be some counterattacks for black. The rook c1, rook c1, and as well black might just have some other ways to deal with this rook c8, not to let white to pin on a 8th rank. And of course I'm pretty much interested what's going on in Katerina Lagnovis Nafisa Mominova. Wow, it's a pawn endgame here. The rook d3, it's developed much further. Rook d3, king b2. Well, it's a bit of a surprise. King b2, then rook b3, king c2, rook b4, rook a1, rook a4. White took on a4 and played g4. Well, that is tricky, I have to say, because well, it might be just a draw here. I'm not sure if black can make any progress. Yeah, king e6, f4, and yeah, it seems like black is not in time here to support her pawns. Yeah, king d6. White's gonna play h4, king c5. Well, g5, and black has to run back, and I'm still not sure if black is in time. Yeah, at least hg5 is possible. This move is met with e5. Yeah. So, well, I have to say, it's gonna mean that Nafisa missed a huge part of her advantage by playing. Yeah, but actually, Katja played it in a tricky way after this rook d3, king b2. Quite a tricky way to handle the position. Yeah, and maybe black already misplayed it at the previous stage, because here it looks pretty much convincing. Check, rook b4, rook a1, and then okay, probably black cannot afford to allow white to take here on h7, because rook is a bit caged here on b5, on b4, so rook a4 seems to be logical, and after that g4, and don't see much of a hope for black, though there might be something still. So just a question how to handle this pawn endgame, because there might be some unexpected ideas here. Okay, but at least let it develop itself. I'm just curious what's going on in Olga Kirevis, Alexandra Kostyuk, because I expect this one to finish first. The queen b6, eventually white decided she has to give away the bishop. h3, queen b7, knight c3, queen b3, and then knight a b5, knight e4. Well, yeah, still looks pretty much convincing. Black still has to be winning, that's I'm sure. Yeah, perhaps knight e4, and then white has to take rook e4. No chance for Kostyuk anymore. Yeah, so Kira is winning. Well, actually quite an interesting display. 2 in a row wins with black. Yeah, which is, well, not that common to say the least. Well, once again a very good position for Gulishan Nakpayeva. Knight c2, rook d1, bishop b3, and rook d2 was played. So in actual fact this bishop cannot move at all. So black can prepare here final final improvement of the position slowly. I don't know if king belongs to a center or maybe just to play h5 somewhere like that. Yeah, still obviously white has some counterplay, but not that much, I'd say. The bishop cannot move it. Knight fairly restricts this bishop pretty much. Rook ft2, but well, it's all about the time trouble stage and getting out of this time trouble stage. Well, rook c7, just defending the 7th rank, but on the other hand, giving white a chance to come up with an active idea. Well, Elina Danielian with Bella Hotenashvili, it's heading to a draw, I have to say. After a4, knight c3 was the move, and b5 was played by Elina Danielian. ab5, knight b5, bishop d3, and perhaps the easiest way would be just to take on f3 and play bishop d6, after which it's just a draw. So that's a current position. I don't expect this game for last much longer. So what we have at the present stage is Alexandra Kostyniuk desperately trying, but I don't believe here to have any chance to escape. Then better position for Gulishan Nakbayeva versus Juvin June. That's a current situation on your screen of Danielian and Hotenashvili game, which eventually is gonna finish in a draw quite soon. And well, probably the most interesting is Katerina Lagnovis Nafisa Mominova, which I still believe to be a draw, but maybe there is a sudden chance for one of the players. Well, though I don't believe that. Well, white definitely has no chance, as simply there is no way white's gonna capture those pawns. And well, after the move Nafisa made, king g6, it's probably just a draw. So, well, I'd say h4 is just good enough, and well, don't see much of an improvement for black. Well, yeah, it's hard to imagine any side winning this one. Well, so I guess we covered this sort out of play pretty much, and well, just let me check for one more time if there isn't any time troubles here. Well, Nakbayeva with Venjun, that's probably the sharpest, well, the most dangerous time trouble, because the game is not that sharp, but it's like 5 minutes each to make 10 moves. Well, don't expect any effect of a time trouble in Danielian with Hotenashvili. It's just a draw. Well, we have to go back to Conero with Zhao Xu. Rook fc1, knight f8, rook c8. Rooks were changed. f5, queen takes a4, and well, Zhao played king h7, but had to face face queen e8, and well, this looks pretty bad for Chinese, I have to say, because if she's forced to change queens, which seems to be the case actually, if she's forced to change queens, then it's just possibly it's just over here. Well, there is queen a7, a tricky one, but after this check, black's gonna play. I don't know. Queen a7 is not good. Okay, simply queen f5, that defending f2. Well, and and after eventual queen's exchange, it's absolutely hopeless. And this knight is still not in play, and this a pawn is just running. So, there is no chance. So more or less defined all the games are. So I feel like I can have a short break here, and well, I expect Daniela and Hotenashvili to be the next to our studio, with Kostiniuk and Olga Gira to follow. So we're gonna have a break, and hope we're going to be back before actually the next press conference.
Our next press conference today is with Happy Canero, who just outplayed Zhao Xu to increase her solo lead. Please, your comments. You played good, but
Okay, I got a better opening. I think something is better for black. I play knight h7. It's a very quickly and very stupid move. I can play simple d5, control the center, and then I think it's clean better for black. I'm not sure. After this, I think I missed something. In the middle game, Hampi's sacrifice is beautiful. After this, is not good for me.
here?
Here, I'm in d5.
Here's d5.
Yeah. Clean better for black. Okay, doesn't matter. It's my problem.
Yeah, actually, this was quite strange opening. I don't know. This was very interesting. Even I felt in the game here, rook k6. Just planning to play something like rook d6.
Okay, d5 is much simpler than
Yeah,
this.
maybe. It was quite strange position, so everything has to be worked out.
I
What
don't
the
have
board.
h4 and I did
Yeah, so knight e4 would be maybe I'm wrong.
Which move?
Here, maybe knight e4 is more.
Yeah, knight e4, f5, knight c3, take. Okay,
Anyway,
first
so I
knight.
have to play knight e5 intermediate. Let's simply take.
Knight.
Okay, it was knight e5. Maybe
Queen
something.
d8.
Then you take g5.
Or maybe I'll.
I mean, I wasn't sure there is, let's say, f3.
Yeah.
So it's very complicated.
No, it was already crazy after the opening. I really don't know what's happening. I'm just trying to just counter my opponent plans.
So your opponent surprised you?
Not really. We just played it, I think, because I too haven't played this in the recent times. So I think it was just more practical try. And here also in the game, okay, once it was short castled, I think white is clearly better. And here k6 has to be played. I think b5 is
What do you think d5, not playing rook a6?
d5. Take.
Take.
Maybe I think opening was more complex. It was difficult to evaluate the position.
Okay, thank you and happy again, congratulations. And so we wish you to rest good on the free day and finish the tournament in your favor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seemed like some fighting game, but was it a good move to give up your center by taking on c4?
I'm not sure. I do not remember exactly variation, but
Here d4.
Yes, in my opinion, it was the best move. Takes on c4.
actually here was interesting variation. Take here
Yes. Take on c4 and bishop d6.
or knight a4.
Or knight and knight a4, yes. Okay, everything is possible.
Play knight d7.
Yes, but then I play knight e4, yes, and it's a big advantage, I think. So you have to take. No, d6 then. Take. Yes, and it's just.
This is why.
Yes.
So I decided to play knight
Pair of
a4.
bishop and. Okay, it was quite equal. The game was equal.
Here knight
Nothing
d4 I think is better.
With what idea?
I cannot play queen b5
Yeah, but
or
rook c8
and queen
and
b2.
just something on
Knight
d4.
d4.
Why not knight d5?
Here would be like this, no? After queen g4.
I don't know, but can you go a little bit back? I think there is some tricks or not, something like. Okay, maybe. I know.
Yeah, I think here is equal.
Yes, it's quite equal. Still some chances. Always there is some chances.
Probably more chances for white.
For why, yeah, of course, because
Yeah, here I
pawns are-
cannot find any move
Yes,
to improve my
okay,
pieces, so
yes.
I decided to play rook c8.
Yes, and maybe here I just have taken on c8 and
Yeah,
then
maybe.
bishop c2.
And
Yes.
after bishop c2.
And then bishop c2, okay, it's some chances for white.
Yeah.
But okay, the computer, of course, it shows it was showing bishop e5 like few moves before you played. With the idea probably
You mean in the end game?
no, in the middle game it was like
I
Maybe
just played
three.
bishop e5 right away, so I hadn't time to play it earlier.
Here?
Yes, maybe instead of castling.
yes, instead of castling, yes. So
Yes, it was possible, but I think it would lead to the same position. Anyway, I have to play castle somewhere.
yes, but maybe you have time, otherwise it's played.
Okay, I thought, I don't know, maybe. Okay, but I wanted to put that setup with bishop on e5 and queen on b2. Okay, I thought it's the best one. Okay, if computer
Yes.
says.
Yeah, but I wanted to make it immediately.
Yes, but okay, anyway, I have to play castle. Without castle, it's not possible, I think. Anyway, bishop b7, rook c8, and then my next move anyway it will be castle. So, but at the end, I think I had a chance somewhere like this one, yeah. I think even in the end game takes here. I think bishop e5 probably was better. So some ideas. You have to play bishop c6.
Maybe a5.
Yes, but then I can take. Take, and if you take on a 3, I can first play something like e4.
Yeah. So I should play.
Yeah, and take on c4. Yes, but it's not so easy, I think. There are some chances for white. I don't know. I forgot that in the game what happened. I forgot that you can play knight c3 here. I was thinking about knight e3. That could be very funny after for example bishop d3 and takes knight is captured. That was my plan. And then I forgot that knight c3 just equalize easily.
So at the end the game was not that equal.
Okay, it was a little bit always slightly better for white, but nothing special, I think.
Are you going to spend your free day with participants? We are not sure about what we will do, but it will be around 12. Some okay. Thank you. Have a nice day. Так, мне кажется, по ходу игры белые немножко
заигрались, да?
немножко в проблемах.
Ну, не знаю, мне казалось, что, наверное, принципиально, да, взять на c4, хотя, ну, я думаю, что опасная позиция у черного. С3, слон f5.
Ну,
Не знаю, был ход... Не, ну я не говорю, что выигрыш есть, но я говорю, опасная позиция. Был ход конь d2, я не знаю, лучше он или хуже с идеей, ну, во-первых, висит.
А6 просто.
Ну, вот, да, 6 я могу пока так пойти. На c5 залезть. Можно было конь e7, да. Но я не знаю, мне кажется, может конь e5 правильно еще. Так. 3-0, допустим, слон c3. Здесь, может быть, надо было сразу бить.
Ну, все равно та же вариант идет с b2.
Ну, это не то же самое все-таки.
И конь c6. Приходится бить на f6.
Почему приходится бить?
Иначе, если ферзь b5, ферзь d6.
А если я играю e5 здесь, то h6 успеваешь?
Здесь e5.
Ну да.
А6.
Ну, как-то странно.
Это ферзь
Может,
d5, если бы это еще
как-то...
Не, здесь.
на ход раньше, вместо h6, e5, ферзь d5. Наверное, все равно что-то хорошо.
Ну, то есть я должна... А если здесь, то это как бы
Ферзь
тоже...
d6. Слон f6.
Ну, это уже нет, но это уже как бы то же самое, что в партии получается. Не знаю, может это все неправильно, что я делала, вот такое получается. Может быть, надо было слон... Я не знаю, это вроде не проходит, да, в конце? Я просто не верила, что слон надо бить. Ну ладно, значит так.
Там и без слон b2 вроде ничего хорошего. c6, конь c6, bc h6, тоже надо чуть ли не f6 бить.
Вот здесь?
И вот здесь еще был
Не,
ход слон
если
e4.
вот если без слон c3 или как-то, если уже конь c6, если уже слон b2 же.
Ну да, я же говорю, здесь слон b2 же. Ну я так и показываю.
А, нет, я думал, если без слон бьет f6.
сделать ход. Не знаю, потому что есть, да, ферзь d6 кажется логичным. Не знаю, d5 могу, не могу. Может, там 3 нуля можно сделать.
Может,
Ну, шаг я могу на d2 пойти. Это не пара шагов, один шаг. А, кстати, пара шагов. Там слон d5. Ну, пока рокировки нет. Там взяли.
Нужно рокировать.
Ну, то есть...
Что здесь слон e4 был какой-то ход на слоне f6.
И?
Слон e4.
Просто я не знаю, я это не смотрела.
Ферзь e4. Взятие.
Стоп. А, ферзь d, конь c6?
Да, конь c6. Не, здесь... Почему-то конь c6.
6 ферзь d5 вроде бы, да?
Да, конь c6, ферзь d5 здесь. Не здесь конь c6.
И ферзь d5?
Конь d5 и
Конь
опять.
d5.
Конь d5 и опять.
Не выйдет как-то.
Ну, наверное.
Ну, а4. Подождите, ну а4 в конце. Что, конь b3?
Ловится? Ну, как-то да, там уже и пешек не миллион.
Не, ну пешки не миллион, пешки все сдвоенные тоже. Там надо, там на самом деле, а как пешек миллион? Извините, все-таки.
Что, bc?
c6 наверное, f5
Так,
еще.
bc.
Не, bc нормальный ход.
Нет, но все-таки, если
Ну,
уже
ферзь
говорить
d5, да,
об этой
это
позиции,
вариант.
давайте
Взяли,
уже.
взяли, да. Не знаю, опять надо, не надо.
Даже здесь я могу, наверное, на b5 побить.
А вообще опять не ходить, не ловить никого,
Сразу.
а побить конь c3.
c3, потом пойти опять.
Конь c3 побить, да.
Ну, тоже это все-таки надо, я не знаю, 4 конь 4, d5.
А 4 по 4, потому что... А, это
А пешка?
висит, да.
Нам?
Да нет, ну еще одну дать.
Еще одна отдали, да?
Король d7, да, что без пешек останутся белые.
Ну, зато с фигурой, да? Без пешки, но с фигурой.
Что многовато.
Нужна ли вам такая фигура? Вопрос.
Ну, пока есть. Другой нету. Какая есть?
Почти выиграно.
Нет, я не думаю, что там почти выиграно, но...
Нет, там bc был нормальный ход.
Где?
А, там что-то другое, да?
Здесь. То есть слон f6, слон e4, ферзь e4.
Да, по ощущениям поведения слон 4 не
И это конь d5
Вот,
ход.
собственно.
И конь c6, ферзь d7 и конь d5.
Лишняя фигура или мне кажется?
Лишняя фигура, да.
Хорошо. Или это тоже плохая фигура?
Не знаю.
Нормальная
Там за
фигура?
3 пешки получается.
Это лучше, да.
А, это лучше, спасибо. Так, ну, мне кажется, черные хорошо играли, нет?
есть по мне хорошо это.
Вот здесь. Ну, не знаю, нормально, нет?
Да, тут уже
Взять, наверное, ферзь d6, да?
d6. d5, ферзь d3.
Король d2, ферзь b4.
Не, на король d2 просто рокировка, по-моему.
Как, 32 либо 8.
Ну, это окей, да.
Нет, формат просто.
Ну, и мне это не нравилось, белый.
Если 8, если 6, король 8, формат.
Тем более, да?
Я хотела идти на эту позицию.
Ну, может, не d5, как бы белые еще могут побить там на c4, пойти ферзь b2. Это все равно был бы лучше эндшпиль, чем то, что у меня получилось. Не знаю. Но вот если взять...
Ну, еще ладья b8, наверное.
Ну, здесь
Я
ладья
что-то
b8,
как-то
ферзь
выглядит
c5, да?
Ладья b8 и рокировка там.
Но я имею в виду, я уже не говорю о преимуществе, я хочу просто
А, может, да,
как-то
может,
как-то
может,
уравнять,
не так
да?
все страшно.
Ну, шаг пока держусь. А, или не держусь.
Дим напасть, да, что-то как-то.
А, f3.
Мат.
А, мат.
А слон b5. Ладья c2. А! И ферзь А, нет, там же связка. Ай, пардон.
Ну, в общем, да.
Здесь рокировка?
А, нет.
Это фигура.
Король d7 приходится пойти. F3.
Ну, так.
Да, король
Король
d7.
d7, ферзь d5. Или a6.
Ну, король d7, ну,
А
извините.
что, ладья b8,
Ну, давайте я d5 пойду.
Там просто на цепи черный надо разменяться, пойти по ней 5, по-моему, у черных лучше, значит, тоже лучше.
Ну, может, не лучше все-таки. Ну, то есть, вот здесь, ну да, наверное, надо брать просто. Вот как бы так и пойти король d7.
Нет, не 5.
Ну, или конь не 5, да. Чтобы f4 не было. Ну, не знаю, значит, лучше. Но это было, во всяком случае, это было лучше для меня, чем то, что было в партии. Не знаю, можно отойти как-то аккуратненько. Пойти. Ну,
Наверное, ты зевнула
я-
на 5 c6, да?
нет, я не зевнула это. Я просто, ну, тут, как бы, я думаю, что я смогу уравнять. Точно. Да, но это неаккуратно, d5. Я на самом деле, я просто как-то, да, я это видела. Не верила.
Почему здесь люди пойти пошли?
c6.
А, какой b3 там?
Нет.
Да, конь b3,
Конь
же,
b3, конь d4.
да.
Еще и такое было. Я уже забыла, что вот что не
Нам
нравилось.
же качество было интересно. Конь d4, ладья d4.
И что говорит
Нет, там
Диви?
жертва.
Нет, ну перевес у черных
Перевес у
играть
черных.
сложно
Да?
черными играть, да.
c7 король.
Да, c7 и на c4 забрал. Ну, без разницы, да, короче.
Ну давай сюда.
Да, слон c4.
А, ладно, ты один хочу. Боже, все же висит. А если ладья его будет, ладья c8 пойти?
Ладья, да.
А, ферзь.
Да, ферзь e4. Нет, ферзь
Как?
e4 даже. Ферзь e4, по-моему, что-то такое. И не, а6 сам.
c6. Вместо ладья c8.
На какой глубине?
Это не важно.
Не, а6 ненаходимый просто практически ход.
Да, 6 это просто дисквалификация тут же
Да.
спортсмена.
Поэтому не сложно черный играть. То есть а6
Да, не знаю, нет, мне кажется, лишнее качество, все висит у белых. Е4 висит, F2 висит, король
Нет,
гуляет.
страшница во времени.
Не знаю, я думала, ферзь b4, наверное, единственный ход. Да, я, если честно, издалека думала, что здесь первая буду бить, а бьют нас.
Конь b3,
А, еще конь
здесь
b3.
альтернатива, да?
А в чем разница?
Конь b3, король c2 и ферзь b8 просто пойти, вот мне казалось. Такое. Я без Гудини смотрел, извините, то есть поэтому не знаю, насколько это хорошо.
А если слон c4 взять?
Слон c4, вот я же говорю, я смотрел без Гудини.
Шах и шах.
Не, пробей на e6, потом возьмем c4.
А, есть такое, да?
Нормально так тоже. По сравнению с тем, что было, просто...
Нет, ну надо e5.
Не, ферзь
Ферзь
b8.
d7,
Ну, значит, ферзь d7 надо пойти, да.
Ферзь
Ферзь b8.
b7. Да. И на d ферзь c6.
Так все обыденно просто. Ну не знаю, ладья b5. А, все, можно
Не
взять.
грозишь, наверное.
Ай-яй-яй. А если пробить сначала?
Король e7.
Это то, что у Дини говорит, потому что иначе я сразу сдаюсь.
А, ну сдавайте.
А, все. А какая оценка, если не секрет?
А,
Вот это, то есть.
0,90 или 1 с чем?
Ну, тогда ладно, все. Ладно, значит, конь b3 было точнее, да? Ну, c6, кажется, так
Старый.
человечий ход. Вот. Дисквалификация. На ДЕ вроде надо, да? И
Да,
если
да.
ДЦ, то просто плохо. Шах, шах и Е5. Кошмар. В общем, ДЕ. Конь b3 надо, мне казалось. Так, это все правильно, наверное, да? Иначе там ферзь b6, ферзь d6 как-то могу еще выиграть случайно.
Да, что-то.
Ну, может не выиграть, но так. Правильно тоже. Так.
Здесь вот
Это все
ферзь b5 был лучше, чем b5, конечно.
Нет, ну там, да.
Ну, конь d4 же.
Ладья d4, слон c4, король g7.
Не, ну с вами невозможно бороться.
На e4 висит на...
Я не знаю.
Одну секундочку.
Может здесь централизация, но...
Нет, это e4 шаг.
Ну да, здесь тут централизация, ну а если забрать? Король D2.
Не, подождите. На...
Не, здесь надо слушать. Здесь надо слушать и записывать пока.
Король D3, типа, сложно реализовать.
Не, ну если бы я такое видела, я бы сюда пошла. Но мой вариант заканчивался уже примерно вот здесь. Как бы шахи.
еще это было ферзь 4 сразу.
А что скажет Уди не здесь? А, тогда просто королем, да, небось, в центр?
А
И
ферзь
туда.
1. А, пошел.
Ну, все забрал, да.
Конь опять, король c5. Вот, и в мат.
Да, партию определенно нужно разбирать в Гудине. Какое-то домашнее задание.
А здесь уже тоже плохо, но...
У кого-то есть вопросы?
Ладья 8.
Кроме как отвечать на вопрос на ходы Гудини.
Как?
Ладья 8, здесь единственный шанс был на перевес. После ладья 8 уже более-менее равенство. Ну, так, чуть символически.
Я видела это, и потом я думала, дурацкая почта, вроде в 3 просто пойдет.
А если в 3?
А курманы?
Ты же видела, это сама сказала на конференции.
Если взять? Пока. А, и слон не выходит. Ой,
Нет,
Ну, это что-то опять какие-то из другого мира варианты.
нет, это не компьютер.
но здесь казалось, это тоже человечья игра. Но не чел же здесь, да?
Нет, ладья D2 есть.
Ладья 2 можно было попробовать, но там...
Ну, там ладья 1, ладья 7.
Там еще эту
И еще
заберу и
B5, да.
пойду. Ясно.
Спасибо вам за такую интересную игру. Вопросов нету, да? Спасибо, желаем хорошо отдохнуть.
CD4 is surprising me a lot because I see many structures, similar structure. It is not like maybe 95 or 85, 85. But maybe
Already, I think. If I will take with bishop or with a pawn,
bishop.
no, I mean with a pawn, yeah. E take d5.
Yes, yes.
I think is better. No, bishop f5.
Bishop f5. Consider this and
H3.
yeah, sort of things. And even change. I think it's composition for black. And okay, maybe f4 and like this. I didn't catch anything for white. And this one. And maybe g4. So.
No, here already it's okay. Maybe before, maybe you will take with knight d7.
Here, 97.
No.
Sorry.
Before.
97 first?
Yes, here.
Yes, 97 and.
97 you have to take, yeah.
Yes.
And here bishop f5.
G6.
It's going h3.
F5.
F5.
I don't know. I don't like my bishop's position.
Okay, it's okay.
Possible. I was considering this move. And if you go such thing and here on f3, I think it's positive for white. But still it's unclear. And here cd4, it's surprising because here I also consider this move.
No,
I'm not so sure about this. It's bad?
Yes, because you will take d6 here.
Take, maybe takes, and very interesting here. If takes, it's like
No,
here.
no, with bishop.
Yes, bishop. Here, maybe.
I think there is
No competition?
Yes, I mean only active pieces, yeah, but there is no real treat here.
Yes.
But okay, I wanted to sacrifice another way, yeah. I will take with queen.
Maybe here takes.
Yes,
I'm
if
not
you
sure
take and take
knight
g4,
h3.
h3.
That's just I didn't see it.
It's okay.
Yeah.
But I don't know real, but maybe some play I have.
No, like here.
Knight f3.
No.
Maybe knight h2 after
Knight
yes.
h2. Knight h2, rook e1,
And some move as maybe rook.
My next move is f4, and I think it's better for white. So.
Yeah, maybe to try queen c6 after e6.
Queen c6. Queen c6, but I can change and
sure.
e4.
Yes.
E4.
And e4,
Yeah.
Yes.
And I was a pawn.
Yes.
I'm not sure, because also here if he takes, it's interesting, because now if takes, it's not working.
Okay, I wanted to play just for a pleasure today, so to be active more.
Maybe.
There is check and e5 maybe.
Check
Bishop h2 and e5.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
It might be an idea.
Yes.
But
Here.
Okay, king goes.
take.
Go.
Knight g4 still. Knight g4, knight e5.
Yes,
So
yes,
maybe
yes,
a compensation.
right.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Bishop here, maybe still something.
Yeah.
Maybe something.
Maybe it's
Not sure,
Maybe
but-
not enough.
In this position, I didn't say anything real, but I decided to play steady. Bishop d4. I think now it's possible to play knight d5. This interesting knight c4 and this one. I'm not sure about this. And now f5 is interesting. I don't know which one is better. But maybe queen d6. Oh no, queen d7. Takes. I don't know. And here. Yes, maybe nothing.
So at the end it was just equal, or?
No, you can take, after here.
Here?
Sorry.
Yeah.
After, no, when you will took with knight? Before.
Before?
Yes, here. No.
Sorry.
Can I show? Here you thought, yeah?
Knight.
Yes, I mean, oi. After. Play it and here just take. If you will take, no.
93 is coming.
Something was here. I don't remember. Maybe not enough, yeah. better here. Queen h5.
Go. Next, go back. Maybe.
Very complicated for technique.
So e5, go back and rook d5, knight c4, maybe here directly, but I don't like artificial this, but maybe f4 here. It's very complicated.
Yeah, that's a complicated game.
Yeah.
Yes.
Join, what are you planning to do on the second free day?
Second Friday, okay. I want to take some rest and go for a walk.
If there will be any activities with participants, you will join?
Yes, I will join.
Okay, then we will be in touch. I will tell you in evening when we decide about that.
Okay, thank you.
Lushan, you also will join?
For me, I don't know yet. Maybe I will have another plan.
Okay, then we will also discuss this.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much and enjoy your free day.
Okay, thank you.
Было спастись, потом опять, потом быстро закончить партию. У вас был сильный цейтнот? Носить постоянно. Да, конечно.
Ну, я думаю, я просто очень плохо играла, на самом деле. Если бы можно было спастись, это там чудо.
Ну, версия 1, наверное, неудачно, да? Здесь вот.
Не, я думаю, нормально, но только после d5 надо пойти было...
Мне кажется, здесь, ну, может, на слон f3 или слон e3 лучше, чем чтобы коня не на 3.
Плохо работает.
Вперед.
Ну, не знаю, насчет России 1, но здесь, наверное, явно надо было e5 ходить.
Ну да, конь d7.
Конь d7, да, ну и эту позицию играть. Ну, как-то пытаться коня вести в игру, который так остался до конца. Или этого коня переводить конь d1, c3 как-то. Ну, сложная позиция.
Да, я
После
не
еды что-то как-то очень. Ну, здесь, наверное, надо
Ну,
было
Ферзём,
ферзь
да,
бьёт f4,
Ферзём.
конечно, но я просто уже все ходы плохие делала. Ну, вот, еще, может быть, так, около равенства. А там в конце, ну да, возможно, компьютер держался. Где ход опять?
По ощущению как-то, что черные выигрывали раз много, вместо
Да,
того, что
скорее
они
всего,
выигрывали.
да.
И
Ну,
вот
как
я-
бы, ну, просто настолько плохо конь стоят.
Слон b7 есть что-то чувство, что конь g4 выиграл бы в один ход буквально.
Конь G4.
32-й ход уже, ну это я поймешь на проме.
Где?
32-й ход после твоего слон b7.
А,
Там еще на 30-м.
Не, ну-
вроде конь g4 выиграл.
не, ну,
А,
понятно,
конь
не, ну
G4.
здесь-то да.
Там на 30-м ходу, кажется, еще был ресурс, но опять же, это все видит компьютер.
Какой?
Идет c1.
Как?
Нет.
Ну, как бы компьютер-то может и удерживаться, но
Да,
в практической партии.
Конь, прошу прощения, конь c1.
Конь c1. Коня все-таки
Я не
вести,
знаю,
что
ну,
грубо.
Угу.
Да.
Но опять же, не ясно, что тут.
Ферзь 1 просто, что ли? Ну, может быть, ну там потом уже все, да,
Да, получилось. Черные чуть-чуть давали шансы, а белые чуть не
ну да,
пользовались.
чуть не пользовались. Может быть, ладья d2 было чуть упорнее. Ну, тут просто, наверное, плохо
G4, вот и
Нет, я думала, что по слон F3 GF. Ну как
Не,
бы.
конь Е4.
конь Е4 забрать,
конь
если
А,
больно,
слона.
выйдет из этого слона, блядь, ты защитишься.
Ну да.
Конь Е4.
Ну да, я думала об этом. Король
Ну, ладью
G1.
это ж, чтобы она еще на G4 шла. Не ладью нужно, чтобы на G4 потом ладью. Что-то это страшно выглядит.
Ну
Король
да.
G1, конь G4.
Ну, не должно держаться с такими конями.
Но, однако, обсуждение было большое в интернете, что насколько потрясающий игрок Александра, что даже с такими
Что
конями
так, что так
выглядит,
отдаётся, да.
выглядит все вполне как-то играбельно.
Конечно. Если вводить коней, то без двух коней тяжело играть с форестом.
Ну вот, видимо, что вот этот в какой-то момент конь C1, ну, конечно, при каждом ходе что-то такое высматривать, такие ресурсы очень тяжело.
Да, мне на самом деле в какой-то момент показалось, что что-то уже не так идет. Я стала
Ну,
ругаться,
конь
что
Е7
пешку
мне
отдала, да,
показалось.
ладья Е8 я собиралась ходить вместо
Вместо
конь
конь
Е7.
Е7, конь Е7 показалось, что
Ладья Е8
чуть-чуть.
здесь сразу, наверное,
Возможно,
подвести.
да. То есть тут казалось, что уже вообще подвыиграл. А после конь
Я
Е7...
бы стала жалеть, что я отдала эту
Какие-то
пешку.
красоты должны быть, что должны все-таки черные выиграть сразу, но получилось, что не получилось, да?
Мгм.
Ферзь F2. А, вот здесь вот, знаете, что мне вещилось? Ну, не знаю, правда ли это, может быть, конь G4 после... Да, конь D5 вот взяли, и конь G4.
Да, конь G4, ферзь D2.
Ферзь D2 и конь F4, я не знаю, может ли такое быть.
Да, я
Да,
считала
да,
это.
восемь, ну, я не-
считала это.
просто-
Я считала этот вариант, но я решила, что, ну,
Взяли,
если я
взяли, да,
как бы
взяли
тут...
король H7.
Да, я думала, я
Может
именно
быть,
этот
всё
вариант
равно,
смотрела.
может быть, всё равно было.
Ну, так,
Да, кстати,
Ферзь
представь.
я
F2.
думала об этом, да. Но ладья Е8 мне показалось тоже очень сильно.
H3 ходить, что ли?
Да, я вот решила, что
Ферзь F2.
может быть настолько хорошо,
Да.
что... И вот именно этот вариант я рассматривала, ну как бы здесь просто.
На 32-м ходу мне показывают просто нечто так, вот оценку сумасшедшую. За черных, что конь G4 как раз вот там.
Ну, конь F5 там не показалось.
Мне
сильно.
показалось, что конь F5 застраховаться. Я начала считать конь G4, а потом думала, что здесь выигрывается, получается, качество по-любому.
Не здесь, но
Я не
на
эти
следующем
хотела.
он показывает. Ну,
А здесь нельзя?
А, здесь конь G4?
может быть, и
Здесь конь
здесь.
G4.
А, ну здесь
и
конь
конь
G4
G3
просто
вот
не
не
видела,
видели,
да.
да, не знаю.
Это никак.
Здесь мат, видимо, просто идет.
Не проверялось на компе.
Ну, в
и по
принципе,
виду
то, что
выигрывается.
было,
Ну
тоже
просто,
как
да,
бы
обычно, когда
под
видишь
выигрыш.
уже, что выиграно, что...
Ну, тут
Ну,
качество там мат
надёжно.
все-таки.
Ну да.
Конь G4, конь G3, ферзь
Понятно,
F5. Из
но тут
таких ходов
качество.
оставалось до конца.
Но если каждый раз искать мат, то можно и самому получить. Какие-то есть вопросы? Ладно, отпустим наших участниц. Отдыхайте, набирайте сил.